What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams, and I'm back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. And welcome back and back and back again to the internationally known and the recognized symbol of YouTube excellence and entertainment. It is the Boss Up Show. Part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the Bruce Wayne of this ish, the King of Kings, the King of Content, and the Speaker of Truth, yours truly, the notorious one, aka Mr. Coach Alini, better known as the prognosticator, Coach Stradamus. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood CGA, also known as EWF. That is every woman's fantasy in the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO, Niggero, of Fixes Binds LLC, the unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best entertainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The ladies love to call me Mr. Third Leg.
Your third
Greg.
leg was just phenomenal.
Also the man with one trabajo. I am the ecclesiastical Mitch Slapper. You're looking at the anointed one.
Acknowledge me.
The founding father of the After Pill, the junior college sociologist, the Morpheus of the mating matrix, the chocolate Confucius, the Black Moses, the deliverer, also known as the man that ecclesiastically walks in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game, but in case you forget those names, just call me James Bine, Malo Poppy, Hentai CGA, the Lord of the Lings, Genghis CGA. Greg DiBiase, Greg Fu Young, or you can call me the Benevolent Monarch, CGA, see God Allah, and you're looking at the reigning, defending 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube. This is a great show for you lined up today. We're going to talk about the single tax being pushed upon the people by the you're experiencing it. Why staying single is about to break your bank.
Let you get it through your thick skull that I'm broke.
I know.
Dead, flat, stony broke.
I know.
I've got
Me too.
$3.85 in my
I got
purse.
$300.85. All right, but you guys know me as the author of the Free Agent Lifestyle Men's Guide to Peace, Quiet, and Freedom, but you also have to understand that there is a price for freedom. Oh, yes, it's more expensive to stay single. In fact, the government has made it that way. Many people have feared that this day will come, but I got evidence that it's already here officially, known as a bachelor tax. And we have to include the women on this one, a bachelorette tax, because more and more women are choosing to stay single themselves. We're going to show you evidence of that. A bachelor tax is essentially a fine or an extra tax placed on unmarried adults. Governments use it to boost birth rates, forcing you to get married and say, you can actually save money being married. Okay, well, I beg to differ, but that's neither here nor there. But what they'll say is you'll get tax breaks and benefits for being married. But essentially, a bachelor tax says it will fix budget gaps during wars and encourage traditional family structures. Historical examples of this is 1695 England, the 1927 fascist Italy with Benito Mussolini, and 1821 the state of Missouri, also known as Missouri. But what they say today is there's no current major nation in craziness. All right, absolutely pathetic. Okay. Wow, that is crazy. All right, they really don't want this stream to go on. Wowzers, that is insane. Okay, goodness. There's no reason for this. All right, absolutely no reason. All right. I reset everything. I set up everything on my side. All right. They definitely is a coordinated effort to silence me at this point. Anybody else having problems on YouTube? Okay. Because all of my shit is good over here. We locked in. We on the locked in. We not even on Wi-Fi. We on landline over here. All right. As you can see. Unbelievable. So anyway, at this particular point, we're ready to go. So let's go ahead and get it back. As you can see, they're hell-bent on distracting today's show. But I'll get back to what I was saying here about the singles tax and the bachelor tax. Essentially, what you have going on, especially in major metropolitan areas, people are not able to survive. And I've been telling you that many people are looking for solutions. And I told you, really, the only solution is for you to boss up. There is a price to stay single. Being single is not cheaper, exactly. And it says right here, the cost of being single and how friends are teaming up to beat it. Pause. And of course, they're showing how the ladies are getting together, specifically single mothers with children, and other ladies are staying single to gather into roommates. Of course, there's Sarah and Leanne said their decision to buy a house together as friends has worked out well. All right, the single people. Now, more and more women are hopping on this single bandwagon. In fact, we're going to call them women going their own way. A lot of women are realizing that, yeah, it's not even worth it to be in relationships for your own peace of mind. And I'm glad they're arriving at this particular thing because let's be frank, having relationships is really not easy. Okay, it's not easy. And anybody that says it's easy, they're lying to you. There's a lot of hard work. Sometimes there's failures to communicate. Sometimes people to get together and they're just toxic. Sometimes people do not have relationship skills and it's better off to stay single. You know, relationships aren't for everybody. Certainly marriages are not for everybody. But here's the thing. We also have this headline, and that headline was up on BBC, pause, in the last 15 hours. In fact, the state of California says if you're not married and you need car insurance, you can get dinged for that in the state of California. So there's an example. There may not be an official bachelor's tax, but now in the state of California, if you're not married, you will pay a higher insurance premium. And this is just news released yesterday. Actually, it was on the 4th, yesterday morning. Okay, so that's California for you right there. And it says an appellate court held up last month, upheld a lower court ruling that rejected a lawsuit seeking to abolish the right of insurers to charge the unwed people more because of their higher statistical chances of getting into a car accident. Woo, wait. Single, divorce, and widowed people, it says you might very well pay more than your married neighbor. All right, ring the bell. We're gonna break all of this down coming up here. We also have a couple of other pieces of headline that we're gonna look at here. We got two headlines but two pieces of story that we're gonna reference here for this particular stream. Here's why it is so expensive to be single in the United States, and here are some of the financially empowering advantages of living single. Yeah, I think there's major advantages to living single. For me, the free agent lifestyle is for life. You know, I love the free agent lifestyle. Like, this is not me telling you that getting married is going to be the option after all. There's benefits to being married. But for me, I've already done that, been there, done that. I'm not dedicating my life to that type of lifestyle anymore, just hunkering down and being a family and all of that stuff. I'm on the move. I can come and go. And as long as I maintain the income that I have, I will continue to be as free as possible. So the free agent lifestyle is great. I'll continue to work hard to maintain in my lifestyle and beat what we call this single tax. All right. Now, for you individuals looking for a way out, you're in a certain class system where you're trying to keep your head above water. You're going to try to have to figure this out because I told you, well, you're going to have to boss up to maintain the free agent lifestyle. You can't maintain the free agent lifestyle, minimalize somewhere in the middle of West Virginia and then act like being single is going to be cheaper for you. Well, the data is showing us, and we've been telling you, it's more expensive to stay single. All right, we're going to look at this. We're going to take a look at this. And then we're going to talk about the class system in America and what your income affords you. And yes, it's different state by state, but we're going to take a look at what your income needs to be and use the CPI index to take a look at where your money's going to go, even as a single person. So if you're a guy like, I ain't never getting married, I'm going to stay single, you're going to have to make more money. All right. You're going to have to make more money, darling. You're going to have to make more money. All right. Unless you follow a great minimalist program, which most people don't do. But anyway, we're going to get much more into that later on in today's show. But to contribute to today's show, $ the Notorious CGA on the Cash App, Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV. PayPal is paypal.me/Coach Greg Adams. And that is near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the bottom of the live chat on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. Man. Okay. So, I aim to give you the news. All right. I aim to give you the reality check. Some people say, well, I'm going to stay single and I'm not going to get married. So in case I don't get divorced, I'm not going to lose half my money. Well, you're going to lose a better percentage of your money staying single. Are you going to spend more? All right. And I know this myself. I mean, just being single, just cost me a lot more. All right. Whereas if I took on a person that had another income, it would be cheaper. I mean, it would be cheaper. I would save some money. All right. But yeah, we'll talk about that. But it's not worth it in order to kind of just get into a relationship to more or less save money. And a lot of people get in relationships to save money. They do. They get into relationships women are looking for a place to get into a relationship when they start being at the tail end of their lease. Right. And that's very common. A woman will say, hey, this will be great if we can get into this relationship because my lease ends in October. Right. That's very common. And then it's in the back of their mind. Sometimes they don't even tell you that that's in play. That's something that they're considering. They're like, OK, I have to move out of my house in October. Yeah. So let's plan to move together in September. Okay. Some women are in relationships where they're seeking to leave their boyfriend and they need a place to live. So they get into a relationship and then they save money. Some men don't make enough money to survive and they'll get into a relationship with a woman to split bills 50-50 so they can save money. I mean, this is a common thing. And then what happens is you find out that you're going to pay hell of a lot in energy, attention, and time. Okay. You're going to pay a hell of a lot. You're going to be stressed the hell out dealing with BS. And likely you might not even make the end of the lease. By the way, I did a show many years ago talking about the percentage of relationships that last 1 year leases. It's almost like 50%. I can't remember the exact data, but 50% of relationships that people move in together, their first move in, they don't even make it through the first lease. Some of them, there was a pretty good percentage. It wasn't like high, but it was like 15, 20, 30%. Didn't even make it the 6 months within the first lease. But it certainly was almost half of couples don't make it through the end of the first lease. And there was a greater percentage of couples that barely made it 2 years, 2-year lease. It's not easy to move in together. All right. So I would always encourage men as an elder, as a man, as a father figure, if you will, to tell you that a lot of people try to beat the system by doing this, and inevitably it backfires. Right? It backfires. So no government named DW says when CGA pulls up, all the haters can do is stand there confused with the stank face yelling, who this ninja on that nag? All right. They waiting for me to fall down. They just waiting for me to fail. All right. I'll quit before I fail, but that's neither here nor there. Who this ninja on that nag? Shout out to MC Hamster. He says getting into a relationship, marriage, for financial reasons is as smart as cheating on your taxes to save money, short-term gain for a long-term pain. Make a YouTube channel for your dog and claim them as dependents and file head of household. That's slightly less stupid. All right, shout out to you. We're not giving financial advice there. He was joking. All right, shout out to you for that one, my brother MC Hamster. No government name says legacies. Do you have the stomach to have kids knowing that there's a high possibility that when your kids grow up, they won't reproduce or care about your legacy, especially if you don't leave them any valuable assets? All relationships are transactional, CGA says, hashtag the shield. Yeah, your kids don't care about it. And look, your kids don't care about what even your assets are. They're not even care about that right now. Like, who's thinking right now to see if he's wrong? Who knows? Who has talked to their parents right now about what they're going to inherit? Okay, we'll listen right quick. Okay. Just take your own information. Anybody here has talked to their parents? You can press 1 in the chat. How many of you guys have talked to your parents about what you're about to inherit from them? Like, yeah, when you die, what am I getting? Do you have any pensions? Do you have any assets, any property? Do you have any other kids that I might not know about that might be able to step in line to, beat me and take me to probate court? Take me to court. Do you have any jewelry? Most of your parents don't have anything. All right. So that's the tougher conversation. Most of your parents have nothing. Okay. Somebody said my mama got sent back to the Philippines. Did she get Donald Trump? Did she get, what was that called? ICE? Get sent back to the Philippines. So yeah, some of y'all parents don't have anything. So, not many kids are thinking about what's best to do for their family and their legacy going forward, because most of your parents don't have anything. There is no legacy. All right. Anyway, do they even have any long-term? That's another story. That's a blue chip for later. Most of them have debt that you're going to inherit. Yeah. This is the state of our world today. Daniel Mack says, flew myself to a different zip code yesterday for some barbecue. Shout out to you.
There's barbecue in there.
Barbecue mutton and listening to the replay on the flight back. Better boss up. Damn, I'm jealous of you, man. I'm jealous of you. My man took a flight to a different area code, had some barbecue, flew on back. Shit. I need to get on that level. That is truly bossing up. Shout out to Daniel McGee. J Flo says, I love America, but the taxes we pay are low-key communism. They take from the successful and give to the lazy-ass leeches of society. Salute CGA. Shout out to the Coach Gang, and don't get married. J Flo is married, by the way, and married to a Filipina. But shout out to him too. Appreciate you here. But that is basically what we voted for. So I don't know if the system actually made it that way. We vote for that. We voted for that. Many people, especially young people, vote for these things, and then 20 years later complain about these things. Okay. Okay. I don't know what to tell you. But that's the state of how it works. Like when you don't have anything and you're young, you're like, they should get back to this and they should fix that. And we should pay these people. We should help the poor. And we got money for war and can't feed the poor. And then when you get older, you're like, damn, I make all this money. Where's it going? To these losers? Oh, man. Crazy. Yeah, man, I ain't paying these losers. The hell? Keep my money. Gary says, Coach, welcome back. We were talking in the chat about how all of these ladies been doing reach backs. He says, I guess it's official reach back August cuffing season coming up, guys. End of summer's coming up, but it is a broke chick summer. It's a broke people summer, but it's a broke chick summer. These girls ain't out there like they thought they was going to be out there. They out there still, but not like they thought they was going to be out there. So they ready to position themselves for cuffing season, which officially starts in fall, October. But they're preparing early. You know what I mean? They're preparing early. Black man in the suburbs. Welcome back, Coach. Here's an update on my situation since I joined the money mindset. I got rid of my monthly car note, bought a car with cash, got rid of the simps in my life, 4 months away from paying off my $20,000 credit card debt, and 4 months away from my degree, all in the last 3 years. Thank you. Shout out to you. You bossing up too over there.
Better boss up, nigga.
Okay, is this when you joined the money mindset in the last 3 years? You're ready to go, man. And I think I know who you are. I remember that, man. Look, congratulations. Keep the progress going. Keep the progress going. Grateful supporter. Coach, recently saw your show intro compilation. My God, what a glow up and an evolution. Anyway, they need to keep marriage alive to keep divorce and child support alive. The racket goes on. Free agent lifestyle for life. 100%. Shout out to you, man. Yes, they need to keep this going. I mean, people got to get paid. And the way you get paid is through marriage. The system needs marriage. They need marriage. And they need people to couple up because you create kids. I want you to always think of the idea of a church. Think of idea. Churches survive through marriage and procreation. Churches die when there's no marriage and procreation. Like if you look at the black church, most of the black churches die. All right. The number one thing that they do is they accept homosexuality. All right. That's going to be a death knell. All right. Because any church that does that is going to fill up their pews with people who can't procreate. I mean, that's the death knell. The next thing they'll do is they'll do single mothers. All right. And so that's going to be a death knell. If you have single mothers, people that have already had kids, the likelihood of those women having more kids to fill up the church pews is slim to none, and Slim just died. All right. So single mothers and homosexuals filling up church pews is a death knell to the church. And the last death knell is having a female pastor. I mean, because you're going to run the men right out the building. I mean, nobody wants to listen to a female pastor. Now, I'm not saying people are going to say, so there shouldn't be female pastors. That's y'all's problem. Y'all figure that out. I'm just telling you what happens. More or less, that is a microcosm of the greater society. You think about a church survives through procreation. That's why the fundamental Mormon church has, polygamy. Polygamy allows for multiple, dumb people to be procreated. So one man can have 50 kids. Well, the church is going to go on. It's never going to die. Okay. You're never going to die that church out. Church going to keep it moving. All right. As long as you keep a good 60, 90% of them, you're going to keep that church going. Well, if you have a church community that doesn't, they early terminate pregnant their kid, you're going to have a declining church. Same thing as a society. Your society doesn't marry, has a high percentage of homosexuality. You have females running the roost. Guess what? Death. Death to that. It's not going to keep it going. It's done. You're donezo. Society's cooked. I mean, there's not going to be enough people to keep the society going, and more or less. I mean, it's just going to be a rapid decline, and the decline is definitely rapid. What are we doing here? Shout out for you. I like that tweet. I like that support. By the way, let me check over here on. Oh, you know what? I need to sign in a PayPal. That's what I need to do. But yeah, I like progressivism for the fact that once I see progressivism, I just get out of the fucking way. All right. Because, they don't see it coming. We should accept this and we should invite these people in. I'm like, okay, you could do that. But of course, what are the unintended consequences? Yeah. All right. The unintended consequences will always be there. All right. Got to be there. What do we got here? Was these from yesterday or today? Let me do these. Shout out to Fazito. He says, just got hired as security. And that's the part that I'm at in last live stream. I busted out laughing. Oh, when I was talking about the security guard standing there, he says, I can't stand sitting in one spot, but I got to because they got guaranteed hours because I can at least listen to CGA to pass time. I got to pay for my CDL license, LOL, so I can fly to Thailand for 2 months out of the year. Shout out to you. Congratulations being hired as security. But I was talking about, how people have these jobs that are just like, like I walked into this. I had a doctor's appointment and I went to this my doctor's office, and they had 4 women. It must have been lunch break. I hope it was lunch break. But they have 4 women right there where you check in and say, this is my appointment. I'm here. They was just sitting there. Nobody doing shit. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck are they doing? What are you doing? Okay, now, it's not like I might have caught them on an off hour or something. Maybe it was lunch break and they was just, one was scrolling the phone. One woman was on the phone setting appointments and trying to fill my appointment in. And then another woman was standing there talking to another woman sitting at the computer. And they had their Crocs on and their fucking doctor suit on, whatever they call them. I always forget what they call them. Like, what the hell are these people doing? So most people have just dead end, nothing jobs, just sitting there, bro. I can't do it. And while I sit here for 6 hours a day, just talking shit on the internet, Scrubs. Why can't I remember Scrubs? All right, maybe I'll just think the TLC. I can never remember Scrubs, but I'm sitting here for 6 hours just talking and shit. I suppose it's the same thing. Caitlin says, for every high standard a female has, a man should have a higher standard. We won't. Have you ever met a woman who's worth your money, time, caring, and your deals, Nick, being exclusive to her? Is any woman truly worth all of that? If Beyonce and Zendaya can get cheated on, what should that say? Well, here's the thing about women. I saw a woman post this, but I didn't have it time to put it into my show. But she's right. As a woman, for most high tier men, this is what I'm going to tell you. And she's right. This woman says, you're either the woman that is going to get cheated on or the woman that he's cheating with. Now, this is for high tier men. Now, there's going to be some high tier simp in here going, that's not true. All men don't cheat. Okay. Yeah, I'm not saying they all do, but this is generally true with the standard deviation of 2. Most of these men are going to be, the woman is going to be the one he's cheating on or the one he's cheating with. Do you agree? So there's 2 places the woman can be. The woman that he has, he spends the most time with, he spends the downtime with, you get the cuddle and wake up together and go get breakfast and go get a lunch salad. And, you get to do all of these things and plan a vacation and somewhat live together. And you get to do this and dinner every now and then and just sit there and watch, whatever your reality show is, that type of thing, right? That's the one that he's cheating on. That's the one that he's cheating on. The one that he's cheating with is the woman that he sees occasionally going to the Momo, hooking up here and there. He leaves the one he's cheating on to go meet with you for a quick lunch, off hours where the other woman he's cheating on is at work. You don't spend time together. He always kisses you on the forehead, buttoning his shirt, telling you he got to go home and be home by 9:30. That type of shit. Yeah. He sneak out to the club with his boys and then he meets with you and he goes back to the room and then he quicks up, you know what I mean? And then he be like, all right, I got to go, baby. Kiss you on the forehead. I'll see you tomorrow. You're not going to spend the night. Baby, you already know I can't spend the night. I got to be back home with the honey. I got to be home with the woman that I cheat on. Who agrees? He can't take phone calls at 9:00 after 9:00 because, he with his girl. He got to text you, go to the bathroom, text you up. She's like, can you FaceTime real quick? No, baby. Yeah, what's up, baby? Yeah, I got to go to, I got my mama's here. I got to see you later. That's the girl he cheats with. All right. That's either the one he's cheating on or the one he cheats with. Ladies, and the woman said, which one do you want to be? Which one do you want to be? Because you're going to be one or the other. Well, which one do you want? You're not going to be neither. And there's going to be some women like, not me. Not me. Not my man. My man gonna be a one woman man. Okay, you better hope so. All right, anyway, we got the Doom and Gloom CGA coming up. Buckle your seatbelt. This is gonna lead into the main event. So this is gonna be one of those wake up calls. We about to slap some bitches. So let's get into the show. It's Doom and Gloom CGA. Doom and Gloom CGA brought to you by the New World Order. Gentlemen, this is going to lead into the main event. You guys know I have the boss up philosophy. A lot of you niggas are not going to be able to make it in today's world. We have rapid inflation, and we have stagnant salaries, and we have unstable jobs. So I've been warning you of this day, but we're going to be reinforcing this in today's show that staying single is going to break most of you guys' bank. Not to tell you to go get married, but wowzers. Buckle up your seatbelt. Here we go with this video. There's only one video, but we're going to have to do a massive breakdown on this. I'm a classist. You guys know that. I'm not a racist, but I'm a classist. I might not like you because of your race, but I definitely not like you because of your class. I don't hang out with certain people of certain classes. You know what I mean? It's not, and you just happen to be black in that class. It's not because you're black. It's because you're low class, but neither here nor there. That's neither here nor there. This guy is going to say he's going to reveal the 2026 U.S. income classes they've been announced, and I've covered this, but this is an interesting video. Let's hear this and tell me where your income is, all right, when you hear this.
New United States income classes,
Goodness.
starting with poverty. This is household income.
I'm going to say 31.
So
below.
poverty is less than 16,000. Near poverty.
I'd say 30.
So near poverty is between 16,000 and 32,000.
Okay, I'm right there.
Now after near poverty, you've got lower income or like lower class.
32 to 50.
32 to 56.
Okay.
Now after lower class, you have lower middle class. What do you think is lower middle class?
56 to 78.
56,000 to 84,000.
I'm pretty
It's
close.
lower middle class. You're doing
I'm pretty
great. All right, next up is just middle class, right in the middle.
84 to 103.
84,000 to 126,000
Okay.
is middle class. Next is upper middle class.
126 to 170.
126 to 168.
Okay,
So
I'm right
you're
there,
right
baby.
there,
Come
bro.
on.
You're on it. And then upper class, upper income is 167, 460.
Okay, 160. Oh, okay. Well, okay. If you're above 460, Jesus, you're in the top 1% of people, of course. But most people listening to me are not in that class. But take a look at this particular chart right here. And this says household income. And I want you to understand what that is. And somebody talked about that earlier, head of household income. That would essentially mean you would assume to be two people's incomes, right? But of course, the name of the show is Staying Single Will Break Your Bank, which a lot of people are going to be single. Like we have 60% of women will be single and childless by 35 and by 2030, 2032 and so forth like that. Like more people are staying single. We're designing our culture around staying single and not cohabitating. In fact, many people are trying to beat that by having roommates and even women living together and buying houses. So this is household income, but let's presume that this is one individual. Your individual income, where does that put you? Now, you don't have to put what your income is. You can kind of tell us where you stand here in the class system, but take a look right here. I mean, this is pretty drastic situation going on here. And if you take into account, where you live, it's a little bit here and there. But I've actually showed you that even other places where people save money, you will have people that live in these high income areas move to your area. So you're not safe, right? Like you were safe in Nashville 15 years ago. You're not safe. You were safe in Las Vegas 20 years ago. You're not safe because the people that make this type of money and that are being squeezed, they're moving from their area to your area. So people will say, I'll just live in an area where it's cheaper. Well, when you consider that, people are survivalists. They're not going to stay in California. They'll move to your cheap ass area at some particular point. Okay. All right. So we know that that's the case. And a lot of people have experienced that within the last few years during COVID, right? They just had people coming from, the people from New York going to Miami, the people all filing into Austin, the people moving from California, just about everywhere. Essentially, they'll just move into your place and then they'll price you the hell out, right? In Las Vegas, you can get a house for $200,000 in 2018. Now try that in 2026. Now it's $400,000, just like that, just in 6 years. So that's basically how things work. You're sitting around going, it's cheap here now. I just can't wait to buy a house, priced out in 6 years. So where do you stand here? And now the percentages. If we actually put the percentage of people in these class systems, that obviously in the middle, more people are there. In the bottom and top areas is going to be less. Bell-shaped curve. Now, what does this mean? What does this all mean? Well, I gave you some indications here. It's not about the money per se. It's the quality of living, what's available to you that matters. And that's where the separation is, because people can say, well, I make this amount of money, I'm good. But what'll happen is inflation will continue to rise, and then you'll be priced out of a certain lifestyle if you don't go increase your income. That's why I don't believe in minimalization to a point, is because you're going to get priced out at some particular point. So let me go to ChatGPT and I'll pull this up for your own pleasure here to discuss this. And why I promote bossing up is because let's take a look at those 6 classes and say, what quality of life do you experience at that class? All right. In poverty levels, you're in survival mode. Housing, food, transportation, and healthcare are constant concerns. You're worried about it. You're stressed out. And we talked about yesterday that it can cause you brain damage. Financial emergencies can become crises. And then it says little opportunity to save and invest. Essentially, you're cooked. You're going to need a miracle. But lower class and lower middle class, your basic needs are usually met, but finances remain fragile. One unexpected car expense, repair bill, a job loss, a layoff can create significant hardship. Vacations and discretionary spending are limited. So you're not going on vacation. Okay, there's no vacation. There's nothing. This is not an option for you. I know when I go to Southeast Asia, when certain women go to certain hotels, they come to your hotel. This is a vacation for them just to come to your hotel. They're like, God, like where they live is poverty, is bad. They come to your high rise, they start taking pictures and standing out on the patio. For them to go to a dinner that's nothing to you, that dinner they can only consider going to once a month. All right, maybe once a month, once every 3 months. So even for you, discretionary income and vacations and spending is limited. Now, lower middle class, your bills are generally paid on time. That's with modest discretionary income. But you may own a reliable car. You may a modest home. Maybe you may rent comfortably. Maybe, but you can save a little. But major purchases often require financing. So you want to buy a upscale product, you're going to have to finance it. You're definitely not walking in with cash. Retirement investment is possible, but limited. So that's where the conundrum is your lower middle class. You're never going to save for retirement. Forget about that 401k. Forget about those IRAs. Forget about any of these type of assets accumulations. You're not going to retire. Certainly you're going to be aiming towards Walmart greeter. That's why we're telling men you got to constantly boss up. You can't think that this is going to be good enough because you're going to get caught. So whatever it is, you need to go back to school. You need to educate yourself, get a certification. You need to constantly be climbing up the ladder because it's going to get drastic for you. Let's go to the middle class where most people are and where most people think they are, and they're not. They're either lower or upper. But middle class is comfortable lifestyle with financial stability. Home ownership is common. Retirement contributions are consistent. Occasional travel is affordable, and children can participate in extracurricular activities. Emergencies are manageable, but without major disruption. All right. And so I would find that most of the time, these are where people think that there can exist long term, but eventually they're going to get either kicked to upper middle class or lower middle class. And as you can see, most people will drop down the lower middle class before they rise to upper middle class. Now if you have two incomes, you're going to be good. But sometimes people will find that maybe they buy a little bit too much house. They become house poor at the middle class area. They become house poor and they'll be working for their house, and one major repair might set them off. Or, maybe their parents get older and have to move into their house because they have the available space. Something might happen in their family and it could, send them tumbling down the lower middle class just with one thing. It's a constant gamble. Because something might happen and then you get a tight squeeze. Middle class people typically do HELOCs to eliminate debt. They have to do the Dave Ramsey debt, experience together. They got to really do family planning and map out their expenses. They can't tell the other, they can't spend something on something. Like one spouse can't buy something without notifying the other spouse, because the other spouse thinks there's extra money in there. Certainly not buying any luxury products or services or goods. That typically happens there. Upper middle class, and this is where most people probably aspire to be, but maybe you might think I could never be that, but certainly I will believe that you can. Upper middle class is where you will find that most people will get to, and they can't really get to that upper class. But here we go. High degree of financial flexibility, nice home in a desirable area. You can choose the area where you live, as opposed to buying a house maybe where the area is like, it's not really where you want to live, but it's fine. You have multiple newer vehicles. Frequently travel every season. You frequently travel. Strong retirement savings, private education for your kids. Enrichment activities are realistic. Investment begins to produce meaningful income. So your investments produce income. And then the upper class, okay, it says wealth creates options rather than just income. Work becomes increasingly optional. Investments often produce sustainable cash flow. Okay, multiple streams of income, as we preach. Luxury homes, international travel, private aviation, right? Flying with Daniel McGee, charting flights, business class, concierge healthcare. You have a doctor that you can go to, and this is a major advantage as opposed to going to a service where you got to wait in line with 80 people in the room. estate planning, philanthropy, business ownership becomes realistic. The focus shifts from earning income to preserving and generating wealth, growing it across generations, aka what we call the generational wealth. So look at what happens here. Okay, you can see this here. You can chat GPT this and see what your quality of life is. And why is that important? We're going to get into this later on in the show. Why is that important? Well, let's take a look at this and let's give you a realistic perspective of where the incomes are. And I've been saying that, hey, listen, 100K is not worth what 100K used to be. Now, some people might say 100K ain't shit. Well, I'm not going to really say that. It is significant money based on what we just saw earlier. It does put you in the upper middle class, the middle class, the upper middle class. Okay, but what people generally have to understand is that as time goes on, that buying power decreases. And so while you might say, I'm trying to get to that 100K. Well, that's like saying I'm trying to get to Thailand. Well, you're getting to Thailand in 2026. Well, you're late to the game. It's not too late, but you're getting a lot of women who've been ran through already. It's no longer a secret, right? You're catching up and getting the tail end of the Thailand. Similar to this, by the time you get to 100K, let's say in 2 years, you're getting the tail end of 100K. Which means, in effect, let's take a look at this. And I really want to blow your mind. Pause with this one. And I said this back in 2019 that, 2020, that 100K, you're going to need 150K to get to that 100K. Let's take a look at this. Let's go to January 2019. This is a year before COVID. And let's say what 100K is. I earn 100K in 2019. This is when people were listening to women saying, he's got to make 6 figures. Well, people would say, yeah, this is 6 figures. And then women moved the needle later on and said, well, that's not really 6 figures. And they poo-pooed 100K. Well, let's take a look at this and say what buying power in 100K gave me in 2019. What does that give us today? And let's go to July 2026. Let's calculate that. Oh, they want to give us June. All right, June 2026. Let's calculate that. And you can see really fast that in 5 years, 6 years, all right, or 7, okay, that in little over 6 years, you need to make $132,000 a year to be equivalent to that 2019 100K. And we're just going
Straight Jack.
we're just telling you where the truth is. And there's some standard deviation in there, but look at that. I mean, you're really encroaching on having need to make $150,000 a year to equal what that 100K figure was 6-7 years ago. Like it's really that fast, just that fast. And there's nothing you can do about this. This is going to continue to be the case. That's why I always say, look, it's no other thing. You got to boss up. You got to stay focused. You got to stay focused on this. Now, we don't want to discourage you and say, damn, I thought 100K was good. It is good. But what we're telling you is it's not what it used to be. Now, let's just really shock you real quick. Let's go back to 2010. And we go back to 2010. Some of you guys were alive, maybe a young adult. Some of you guys were, older adults, mature adults. Some of you guys were emerging adults. I hope most of you guys probably were born by this if you're listening to me. Let's go back to 2010. This is right in the midst of the housing market crisis bubble. And say, what was 100K in the year 2010 versus June 2026? Let's go ahead and hit the calculator. And as you can see, it's $154,000. So that's that number that I always tell you. For me, I was certainly an adult at this particular age, right? And I go, yeah, 100K back then would have been great, but it's not the same 100K today. You need $150,000 today to even have the same buying power relatively for 100K. Now let's make it worse and let's go back to 1990. Okay. Some of us were in high school at these times. Of course, I was in high school at this time. I graduated in the year of our Lord, 1993. All right, let's go with what 100K was in 1993 versus in 2026. And it's $234,000. So yeah, what was you were rich. You were considered, if you go back, let's just go back. Let's stop right here. if we go back to this particular chart, this is why we say it's always moving. It's never stagnant. If you go back to this chart, okay, hold on for a second. At 100K, you were not in the middle class. You were in the upper middle class. You were in the upper incomes. Okay, you would be in the upper incomes just based on today's buying power. Okay, 100K, you're a buppy. Okay, you making money, you rich. You filthy rotten rich in the year 1993 when 100K. Like, you got a BMW, a house, a couple of cars, a vacation home. You killing it. In 1993 with 100K, you rich, nigga. You filthy rotten rich. But let's even show you even more, because this is great. This is a great study for you guys to even see for people. And I know you guys gonna blame the boomers. Right, blame the boomers. So let's show you 1983. All right, in which, you know, I love the 80s. I'm a child of the 80s. I was born in the 70s, but I'm an 80s baby at heart. I was a kid in the 80s. Let's go back to 1983, the year probably when ET came out or some shit like that. Let's look at 1983 and calculate it. Yes, there you go. So in 1983, $100,000 gave you $341,000 in today's buying power. All right. Now, here's the thing.
Oh, the humanity.
Not many people made 100K. I mean, a lot of people, you will find that if you talk to a boomer and ask them what they made in the 80s and 90s, they'll tell you they barely made $30,000. Now, I know people think the boomers had it easy, but you go back and ask a boomer what they made in 1990, they'll be like, I made $30,000, $26,000. Like, incomes were not very high in this particular. Not many people made 100K. In today's world, a lot of people make 100K, but you have less buying power. Okay. Now, I'm going to make a point here at the end just to show you, and let's go ahead and do one more for you and go back to the year 1975. All right. That was the year I was born. And go back to 1975, just barely 8 years prior to the year that I had. So I'm born in 1975. I put 1983. It was worth 340, but take a look at 1975, not even 10 years before, is worth $640,000. $8 years before. Now, you guys know they were living in high interest rates, 18, 19, 20% interest. Okay. But look at that. How rare it is. You were definitely a half a millionaire making $100,000 in 1970. So people always say the boomers had it easy and they can buy houses for nickels and quarters. Well, no, not really. They weren't making 100K. All right. They barely were making $15,000, $20,000. But yes, the houses were lower, but they had high interest rates and so forth and so on. But look at how fast cost of living changes. Why is this important? We don't want to really reflect back. And this is where I want you to think, because you guys are going to say, well, these people in the previous generation had it easier. What I want you to think is that if I just simply do this and say, reframe your mind and say, well, okay, the past is the past, but let's look at the future. If indeed less than 6 to 7 years ago, 100K is worth 132K in buying power. If we fast forward and say, let's take it to the year 2032. All right, because that's my famous year that I said shit is going to change. Now, people I hear, they moving it up to 2030 to beat CGA. Now, it's still going to be 2032. But let's take it into the year 2032 and take that same principle of what we see the increases are going to be, what they were, and say what they were 13 years ago. What is it going to be? 100K. But if I put 2019, 100K, and go to year 2032, what is it going to be? It's going to be $200,000. Right? Can you disagree with that? That it's going to be 200K. Okay. So 7 years, it's going to be you're going to need $200,000 to equal that 100K. And you cannot stop this. You can't stop it. New world. So when I tell you that you don't have a choice, the only solution is to boss up. The only solution is to boss up. Right? The only solution is to boss up, because these numbers are going to change. If your salary stays the same, if you just say in 7 years, my salary goes from 55K to 65K, doesn't that mean you're cooked? In that same 7-year period, your salary only goes up $10,000 and you just think, oh, I'm good here. I can just rest on my laurels. Okay. Yeah, you're in trouble, which means in effect, I want you guys to boss up. Anyway, enough about this. This is one of those type of shows. It's undeniable. I know you might think, well, it'll be better if I live somewhere in the middle of Eastern Washington. I can avoid this. Well, you can believe that if you want, but I don't think you really have a choice really to debate what you're seeing here. And I think people don't really realize how fast time goes by. Just as an example, how fast has it gone by from the year 2019 and how different was life in 2019 in compared to 2026? I'll even say this. We're in August 2026. How fast is this year gone by? I mean, some of you guys don't realize how fast time goes by and how many things change while most of what you do stays the same. And you're thinking staying the same is good. And then you feel these little tightens and these little squeezes and you're going, what? I'm a little uncomfortable. And then you deal with that discomfort for so long as you're bumping down the road. You really have to start thinking really differently and progressively, or otherwise you're going to get cooked. It is the frog in the boiling pot. And then you're going to wonder what happens. And you're going to be saying,
what happened? Where did all the men go?
Now, think about this last point. A divorce, a child support hearing, domestic violence charge, any criminal activity, anything that you do in your life that sets you back financially. You get laid off, you experience a bankruptcy, whatever that is. If you experience this, you get a DUI, a false allegation, you're setting yourself back 15, 20 years immediately. Immediately. So it really gets tough, but buckle your seatbelts. Boss up.
The world only moves for those who take control and force it to respect them. If you're not building, you're declining. If you're not growing, you're shrinking. If you're not winning, you're losing. Every man has two choices. Be the hunter or be the hunted. Be the man who writes the checks or the one who waits for payday. Success is not given, it's taken. Wealth is not stumbled upon, it's built brick by brick with discipline and vision. The time for waiting is over. The time for hoping is gone. Now is the time to move, to build, to dominate. A man without money is a man without options. He settles for scraps instead of commanding the feast. The weak begin. The strong take. The poor complain. The rich strategize. The ones who hesitate get left behind. The ones who act become legends.
And you can become a legend at patreon.com/Coach Greg Adams. Join the Money Mindset. All right, it's the last month where all of the streams and clips are available. If you've been joining us on Money Mindset, you'll be getting a lot of emails of streams uploading. Sometimes I don't mean to give you a notification, but it just happens. All right, but a lot of streams are being uploaded over on the Patreon. But join us over there to become legendary. We want you to become legendary and live a life that you deserve. And it requires some significant changes. It doesn't happen overnight. It might happen over a half a generation for you, but you'll thank yourself because, yeah, it's not, there's no credit for being poor, right? A lot of people think there's nobility in being impoverished. Well, at least I have the Lord, and at least I have friends and families. There's no nobility in poverty. So we want you to find ways to get out of that. And we help you over there on the Money Mindset. Join us every Sunday night, patreon.com/Coach Greg Adams. All right, we got some support. Let's get the support going. And then we got Straggle and Straggle Theater. I think I got 2 clips over there. And then we got some other stuff, Crime and Law CGA. And then the main event with some stuff in between, some fireworks, some great passion, and all of that. Let's check over on the Cash App since you guys have been waiting patiently. There's nothing over there. No big deal. All right, no big deal. There's nothing over there. We're going to go over on the Bimbo and the Ko-Fi. How about we go over to Ko-Fi? I'm refreshing the screen. Shout out to C. Shaw. Hold on for a second. Yeah, Seashaw says, in general, it's more expensive for men to be in relationships and more expensive for women to be single. In general, that's true. All right, it's true. That is true generally. Men, it's more expensive to be in a relationship, meaning that I think that if you're single, a lot of men think they're going to be in a relationship and save money. And I'd say no, you're not going to save money. Not as much money as you think. It has been proven that men think that they're going to do the same. Like whatever you can get away with, you're going to think the woman's going to get away with. Like you'll get away with sitting on a milk crate. Right? You'll get away with eating ramen every night. You'll get away with making a bowl of spaghetti, one thing of spaghetti, and eating it for 5 days because you got an iron stomach. Where she'll get diarrhea. You'll eat spaghetti for morning, for lunch, dinner, and lunch, dinner 2 days in a row, and you'll be good. You think she's gonna do it? You think she's gonna clip coupons and do gift cards and go to one night a week to TGI Fridays and shit? You think she gonna eat chicken breast and broccoli, and chicken breast and broccoli for a week? Okay. You think she gonna put up with that? You think she gonna use less toilet paper? All right. You think she gonna wipe her hands on her shirt like you wipe your hands on your shirt and instead of using paper towels and napkins? Okay. Women aren't built like that. They're not built for that. Now, some women can do that because they're slobs. All right. There's some sloppy ass, slovenly women. But you're gonna get a headache thinking she's going to survive this. Okay. She's not going to survive it for very long. Women need little things all the time. They need stuff. Like you don't need roach spray and ant spray and bug killer. You just figure out how to stomp them out. You'll deal with ants. Okay. They not bothering me. She need all kind of, you ever see a woman, she come into your house and she spray whatever ant roach spray that she sprayed. She used the whole bottle. Ah! Right. You like, damn, conserve, just give her a spritz. All right, just give them a spritz. Like, what the fuck? I got ant roach spray for 15 years. I move ant roach spray. I got ant roach spray that move 5 different houses. All right. She tear up the whole shit. She get the damn lighters and she get the torch out. She getting all kind of shit. She set your house on fire, the flames and the torches at the same time. She flood one cockroach. You like, damn. It was good. You didn't need to flood the damn thing. Just spritz the damn thing. Spritz. Like, he dead. He gonna be paralyzed. She gotta kill him and drown him. You're like, that's just an example of how they overuse products. It is what it is. But we do love it when they overuse products because, I have the little Clorox wipes and the Windex. You know me with the Windex, I'll just spray a little bit on this and clean it. All right, that's good. Not them. They use like a half a bottle of Windex. Clean it up. You're like, damn. When they leave, you be like, I know I had a bottle of Windex. I had a bottle of Windex for 5 months. I had a woman stay for me 1 week and the Windex was gone. Like, how the fuck? At least she cleaned up. All right, at least she cleaned up. I mean, I'll give her that. But I'm like, you use all the fucking Windex, all the cooking spray? Damn, bitch, all the cockroach spray? Like, Jesus. All right, all the butter, all the milk, all the eggs is gone. And she was here for 1 week. All right, so, but I hold on for shit for weeks and months. All right, and years, not them. They stay around for 1 week. Toilet paper gone, paper towels gone, everything gone. Over consuming ass mother suckers. Anyway, press 1 if I ain't lying to you, bro. They use shit up. All the Clorox wipes are gone. Like I said, at least she cleaned up. My house was clean and spick and span. I just couldn't find none of them shits that I put on my Swiffer. I was like, where the Swiffer napkins at? I couldn't even find none. They all gone. Right. So it's expensive for men to get in relationships with women because men typically consume less things and can live off of less. Then you get into a relationship and then, yes, you generally save money, but it's more expensive than you anticipate because they use up all your shit. All right. Yes, they do. Toilet paper gone. You're like, all the tissue and the soap gone. Like, what in the world? Shampoo gone. I jump in there and look at my shampoo. Yes, I use shampoo for my beard. All the shampoo is gone. Like, what happened in 1 week? Y'all used up all of this shit. 8 towels been used. Tell me I'm not lying, bro. I'm telling you, ladies, we love you though. We love you, but they just consume shit, and we kind of pull back. We conserve shit. Like we don't use up stuff. We conserve it. We're like, all right, we knew what it take to get it, so now I got to make sure I keep it. You know what I mean? I got to use a little bit of stuff. Okay. Shout out to Seashaw for providing us an opportunity to talk that shit. Great Black Shark says, never move in with a woman in her home. She'll emasculate you. Yes, she will. But the opposite argument of that is when they move into men's house and we say things like, well, I pay the bills around here. And then they feel like they don't have power. Now, how women have moved the needle to that, interesting, is that they will say, well, just because you pay the bills doesn't mean blah, 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 which is one of the funniest things ever because they will ask a guy to pay bills. Generally, they'll be like, well, a real man supports and protects and provides, but then gives you no benefit for doing so. Oh, you don't get no benefit. You don't get to tell me what to do. And you don't get to tell me and make me feel like, wait a minute, hold on for a second. So you're saying you want me to do this, but generally there's no benefit given for doing said thing. Like, make it make sense. So again, like a true communist, why should I do it? Give me a reason to do that. Give me a reason to do whatever that thing is you want me to do. Give me a reason to provide and protect. If there's no benefit to provide and protect, why provide and protect? If I don't get the big up and be the king and be treated like the king and have the royal penis clean and polished off and licked, if I don't get my balls licked, what is the point to provide and protect? Now, generally, I'm a provider protector, but I'm only going to do it in exchange for getting a benefit for doing so. But if you're just going to say, well, I could get any man to provide and protect, well, go for it. I guess it means nothing. I guess it's you have an abundance of it. I don't know what I mean. I just don't see why they continue to what I know what women are doing, that they're just shit testing. All right. They're just moving the needle and moving the goalpost, and they're just trying to frustrate you because that's what they do. So they're making it so they ask you for something, but then saying there's no big deal. You should be doing it because you don't get shit for doing it. Like what? All right. Well, guess what? I'm not going to do it. Shout out to C Punk. I should just call you CM Punk at this particular point, but it's Puck Man. CM Puck. He says young men need to move to new places to make more money, darling. Small cities and low-tier places often have limited job opportunities. Big cities are often better places to be. Get out of the small towns. Like CGA says, it's cheaper there for a reason. And if you understand that and the cost of living, when people say I'll move to an area that's smaller, well, like he says, there's less opportunity to make money there. Jobs are typically not there in all economic stratas. All right. So you'll have more lower collar blue tier jobs, and you'll have less high earning jobs. There'll be high earning jobs there, but there'll be less industry. Like there'll be university and hospital, and then maybe tourism or whatever it is. And then that's that. Then it's the rest is struggle zone. Now you're working at Walmart barely. Okay. So yeah, it's cheaper to live there, but it's cheaper for a reason, because you don't have the opportunities there to grow. Now, the counter to that is the bigger cities. A lot of people can make a lot more money in bigger cities. However, the cost of living, you're going to pay for that in cost of living. So if you live in San Jose, Los Angeles, Miami, New York, Washington, D.C., you can make $130,000 a year, but you're still in a 2-bedroom apartment. Okay, so because there's a lot more competition there. So what people generally want to do is take the $130,000 a year that they make in Washington, D.C., and then move to Delaware or Rhode Island or the middle. Well, I wouldn't say Rhode Island, but move in West Virginia and live and take that $132,000 a year income and live in West Virginia. It's not common. That's not very common. That same job and you could do this in a cost of living comparison. Take a job, same job, and say, this job pays X amount of dollars in Washington, D.C. What does that job pay in West Virginia? The income's going to drop. It's going to drop. So that same job you have in D.C., you take the same job in West Virginia, and you're making $60K. So it's all relative. You can't really beat the system. And I want people to understand that's the point of today's show. The system is the system. The order is the order. New world order. Okay, the order is the order. There's no cheat code. There's no something that they didn't think about. What that doesn't mean to not think about it, but they already have it factored in. They're not letting you go in there and make $130,000 a year to live in Tupelo, Mississippi, to do a job that they can generally pay the next person $30,000 a year to do. Oh, what people can do is they can work in Arlington, Virginia, and then live in West Virginia, like this brother said. And that's generally how people do it. They'll just pay for it and commute. Right? There's a guy, I just saw a story. He lives in Atlanta, or he works in Atlanta, but he lives in another city, like Kansas City. It's like a crazy commute where he flies in. And that's the way you can beat it. But you pay for it in time and commute and that type of thing. But, again, all right, it is the system. Hustle Every Day says, did some Ubers this morning, and there were lines outside of the plasma center in my city. In 2030, he says, you got your parachute or escape plan ready. You got to have one. And he says, and yes, Punani set me back 18 years, and no one will help you, but will watch you flounder and sink into the sunken place. All right. Yeah, man. Shout out to you right there. The plasma center, people out there selling plasma. Once you're out there selling plasma, you got some problems. You're going to have some problems adjusting to reality. I mean, you're in a situation where you got to look at that class and you're going, now you got to do what you got to do, y'all. All right. You got to do what you got to do. So if you're in this place and you're listening to me and you find yourself maybe in the top 3 or 4 categories, this is not the shit on you, because we've all been there. I've been there. But what I'm telling you is I've been there, and not that relatively long ago. I need you to change your mindset to really figure out, how can I get myself out of this situation? Because don't think you're going to donate plasma. I think you can only donate plasma a few times a year, if I'm not mistaken. How many times? Maybe a month. How many times a year can I donate plasma? Let me see. 13 times a year. So once a month or better. All right. And it was once a month. So it's not like that's something you can keep doing every day or every week. Every 28 days is volunteer center. Theoretically, wait a minute, up to twice in 7 days, but that's in a commercial paid center. Oh my goodness. Commercial plasma donations is 48 hours, every 48 hours. Oh my lordy. All right, that's anyway. How much are you going to get? There's some real pimps and G's in there. How much do I get? I dated a girl, a JUCO, and she donated plasma. How much can you get? Oh, here we go right here. It's by weight. That didn't help me. How much okay, here we go. How much money can you get? I'm curious. Okay, here we go. It's coming up. $30 to $70. New donors can get $500 to $900 in their first month. Okay, so first donation, $500 to $900 roughly, and then every subsequent visit after that it declines. Monthly earnings between $30 to $500 if it permitted to do it every 7 days, which would be commercial. After that, $30 to $70. Yeah, this ain't a good plan. That's not a good plan. Like I said, you in a bad quagmire. I was messing with this sister, and she had a regular job making $70K a year in Las Vegas, roughly. And I think she knew something was up. I think she knew layoffs were coming in, type of shit like that. Because eventually I heard she got laid off. But she was making $70K, making good money. And then she told me she was donating plasma and shit like that. I was like, damn. Good looking sister too, man. I was like, damn, bro. She was down bad. She was in the quagmire. But she didn't want to submit to CGA. She didn't want to submit to daddy. All right. She didn't want to
Get him, daddy.
She was in a bind, but you know, she was a little hustler. She didn't want to, but she was trying to get me to, oh, I just need help. Shout out to that sister, man. She was a good lady. I ain't trying to talk shit about her. All right, but down bad. Rent was due. Car note was due. She had some shit going on. I was like, damn. But look, I've been there too. I had some shit going on in my life. All right. And I said, fuck it. I don't want shit going on in my life no more. It's cold. And what do I have to do to not let shit go on like that? I don't want it. I don't want that type of life. What do I got to do? I got to talk shit on the internet. All right. I got to be an entrepreneur, start my own business, divorce my wife. You see what I mean? Tough decisions. All right. Let me see here. We got Greaseman, Texas is the last one, and we'll get on back with the show. Greaseman, Texas says, keep up the great work, Brother Greg, and glad you enjoyed your lean tour. Shout out to you, man. And I did enjoy my lean tour a little too much.
I shut the fuck up.
Okay. A little too much. All right. And so I definitely had to sleep in last night to recover from that. Anyway, let's get to Straggle and Sniggle Theater and have some fun.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle Theater, do me a favor, just give me the likes. Don't pass the scroll. 1800, hey, 1800 in the chat. Shout out to you, man. Appreciate you. I'm always grateful that you're watching these shows and learning and hanging out with your boy, and we're getting you through your work day. What is one phrase that I say about how men and women pursue relationships? Most of the time, men pursue relationships where they underpromise and overdeliver. All right. Whereas women pursue relationships, they overpromise and underdeliver. Now, I'm sure there's some women watching me that begs to differ with that. A lot of guys do overpromise and then underdeliver, right? They make false promises, but in general, women will overpromise and underdeliver. All right. And one typical way they do this, they'll say, you know, they'll become infatuated. They'll say, I'll love you. I'll never do you dirty. We'll go forever. I'll do everything for you. What does she say? I'm going to wear lingerie draws every day. We're going to have sex every day. I'm going to give it up every day. I'm going to make you breakfast and cook and clean for you. Whatever these things would be. I mean, they don't promise all of these things, but they'll say these things. I'll get up in the morning and make you breakfast. I'm this type of woman. I'll make dinner every night, 4 times a week. I like to do this. I like to fold clothes and laundry. I like to organize shit. I like to keep the room clean. And then, of course, you get in there, you move in, you make the commitment, and then boom, you learn real fast that that is an overpromise and underdeliver. Okay. So eventually she's gonna need to blame you for doing one of the things, not doing some of those things. Well, I was gonna do them if you did this, right? She didn't say that when she promised it. She was like, well, you weren't doing this. That's why I stopped doing it. No. You said you were gonna do that. You didn't have a caveat for me to do X, Y, and Z to keep you doing it. That's called overpromise and underdelivering, or we call reneging or the bait and switch. In this particular skit, talks about this particular bait and switch, and it is a guy that moved in. I guess he is married. And he looks like they have a nice house. Let's see if we can pop this on the screen. In this skit right here, it says, wife promised to make breakfast every day when we got married. Okay, and you can see the guy right there packing his lunch. Looks like a bag of Cheerios and some peanuts, or look at what he got, some top ramen. And there's his wedding ring right there. Wife promised to make me breakfast every day when we got married. Yep. That's about it. The bait and switch. And so what you're going to have to realize, of course, there she is in her, you're not getting sex pants. Anytime your wife is wearing these pajamas, you're not getting any sex tonight. All this, no more blowjobs, no more sex. The sex whittles down. Can you wait for tomorrow? I'm on my period. I'm spotting. I'm sick. I'm tired. I work 14 hours a day. Okay, I got to sleep in. Women sleep in longer, but they knew you needed to go to work at 5 in the morning. Oh, I'll get up and make you breakfast every morning. They'll tell you that before the relationship, before they get married. But then when they get married, they sleeping in. You can't wake them up. They didn't heard you slamming cabinet doors and running the toothbrush across the water and shitting and showering and shaving. Bam. They didn't heard you do that. She's sound asleep. Didn't get up to make no breakfast. And then she want to get up right before you leave and be like, oh, let me kiss you on the way to go to work. She didn't have sex with you. Didn't give you the blowjob before you left. Oh, women need to sleep more. That's what she'll say. All right. Saturday morning, same thing. She's sleeping until 10:30, 11:30, 11:30, 12 in the afternoon. She's sleeping. You done been up, mowed the lawn. You didn't change light bulbs. You didn't did shit. And she wakes up on Saturday. What are we doing today? Are we doing anything today? What the fuck? Like, wow. Look at this, bro. This is called the bait and switch. The bait and switch, and all while she's getting fat, sloppy, all of this shit. Dishes stacked up in the sink, none of that shit. Oh, wow, why are you yelling at me? You're yelling at me. Yep, look at that. And he pissed too, and now he's abusive too. Now he's abusive. But look, he gonna be like, where's the sex at? Look, where's the sex at?
I haven't showered in 3 days and I smell like a bag of onions. Is any of this turning you off? Nothing. All
right. Just like that. All right. I'm telling you guys, you cannot defeat this. This is guys, let me tell you something. This is built into the lies women tell in relationships. And then when she cheat on you, it's going to be your fault. When you yell at her, it's your fault. When you don't give her money, she asks you, can she go to Target and spend $330 at Target? And then when you complain, well, what's wrong with you? Why are you pouting? This is called reniggerism, the bait and switch. All right, goodness gracious. This is why, for me, I always tell women, don't promise me anything. I want no promises, because any woman that has promised me something has oftentimes underdelivered, unless it's for a weekend. For a weekend, maybe they can do it for a weekend. Long term, they're gonna renege every single time, bro. So I always tell women, they start making promises. Don't promise me nothing. Don't say nothing. I want to hear it. All right. It's day to day. And if you stop doing what I think you're supposed to do, you're getting cut. All right. You're getting cut. I'm gonna just get rid of you. All right. So if you stop doing it, like, I want you to do this and do it every day, you're going to be measured. Your performance is going to be measured by the day, not by, well, I promise you, and I just need a day off in case you wait an extra day. No. As soon as you renege on me, you're cut. All right. So anyway, we got the next video out here. We have Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We have a black guy who has something to say. An in-shape black guy here on the corner of Philadelphia, or I don't know, maybe New York City. And we got an urban sprawl. Look at this urban sprawl. All right. This guy G'd up from the feet up. And look at this fucking weeds everywhere. Look at these roads. Look at how they teach. Look at how they keep these nigger communities here, man. This is crazy. Bubble gum everywhere. All right, look at this there. Trash in the light post. You niggas live like this, bro. And then think this is normal. All right. Then you go to white communities and be like, what is this? A facade? All right. A facade, by the way. I can't live out here. You go to white communities and you feel like it's all fake. Look at this shit, bro. And then he clean. All right. Shoes clean, jeans clean, new Sublime t-shirt. Why this nigga got a Sublime t-shirt? My man said broken glass everywhere. Look at this sidewalk all coming up here. City didn't left this here. They didn't even fix this shit. Like, look at this, bro. All right. Anyway, y'all, if you living like this, you're not supposed to live like this. Just to let you know. Guys, listen, I know there's a lot of people that watch me, but if you live like this, you're not supposed to live like this. Whatever you need to do to not live like this, like, do it. Like, this is not normal. Like, this gives you stress. This stresses you out. This makes you curse people out and hate people. Like you're not supposed to live like this. This is like white flight. All the people left and left all of you niggas to rot. And then they're gonna come back 30 years later and urbanly develop this shit and clean it up and gentrify it. All right, so this is trash. So anyway, let's see what this guy has to say about let's see what he has to say here. Let's play the video.
He tear him up. What's the mathematics?
Miss do something, do something.
Yeah.
She ain't a lady if she ain't 180.
Yeah.
210, count your boy in.
Yeah.
240, come fuck with me, shorty.
Yeah.
350, bitch, let's get busy.
And of course, that's the corner store right there selling chicken. Dude, never buy chicken from these. Where do you possibly get chicken from? At this corner store. But not a surprise. Not a surprise. This is not a surprise. These are the guys that say they get it for free. And guess what? Fat women. And ladies, again, gentlemen, I don't care about if you're fat. Yes, fat women can get cheeks clapped. But these are the dudes that was bragging about all the women they get for free. And as you start hearing them and start seeing the quality of women, they have to openly admit that they be banging out fat women. All right, 280, 340. That's his territory. All right, he clean and fit, and he out here bouncing on 350-pound women. Okay, hey, it is what it is.
Tear them big bitches up.
Yeah, tear them big bitches up because almost every woman he's around is big. I mean, so it ain't like this fit women, you know, women standing on the corner jogging with fit bodies. Okay, there's women going to the corner store to get chicken. All right, so and pork rinds. And weed wrapping papers and Black and Miles and shit like this. Like there's no women jogging on the corner waiting for the light to change, pushing their mommy stroller and shit, all fit, going to Pilates. Okay, it's nothing but bonnets and big wigs around this mug. So that's what's around, and that's what he uses to get off. All right, this is not a surprise.
A cat, but yo, he tear him up. What's the mathematics?
Miss do something, do something.
Yeah.
She ain't a lady if she ain't 180.
Yeah.
210, count your boy in.
Yeah.
240, come fuck with me, shorty.
Yeah, 240, come F with me, shorty. And look at this guy, man. Look, this is the reason why I talk about these guys a lot and make this a point is because look at this guy. In my estimate, this guy has potential. He has potential for his life. First, he's a melanated king, right? He's a melanated king. He's not bad looking. He's not dirty or dusty, right? He's not a bad looking guy. I pause. Like he's a good looking guy. He just misguided. That's what I'm saying. Like the potential that you're giving away, the seed you're giving away in your potential on low quality women, low quality neighborhoods, you're not bossing up. Like it's sad. It's sad that you're wasting all of your potential. Okay, you're fit, good body. He's not fat. He seems to be smart and intelligent enough to rap and put words together. Okay. He has potential, major potential, but he's completely wasted on low quality people. All right, low quality people, and that's that you gotta change your mind. I'm trying to get you guys to change your mind. He's probably in his late 20s, early 30s. He has major potential for his entire life. If he just moves out of his surroundings, he would just move out of his surroundings, but he's gone. He's too gone, right?
350, bitch, let's get busy.
350, let's get busy. You know what I mean? Like, hey, it is what it is. I can't tell you, man, but a lot of people will disagree with me, but it's pretty much true that that's what happens. And then you complain that you can't get ahead. And I'm like, you wasted your time. Well, I don't pay. And I'm like, yes, you do. That's a form of payment when you're stagnant and you fail to use your opportunity to turn your opportunity into good. You'll spend your opportunity and waste it away on 350 chick come see me or 240 shorty holla at me shorty. All right. He says, in my early 20s, I clapped for free. Again, read the Free Agent Lifestyle book. Okay. You got to read the Free Agent Lifestyle book. Okay. It's one of those things that men say, well, you did it. That's why I'm a walking example to tell you what not to do. Okay. I'm telling you what not to do. I'm not telling you I didn't do it, because if I didn't do it, I would have been CGA 25 years ago. I woke up at 37, 38, 39 and went, wait a minute. Now, if I would have applied that to my 20s, I would have woke up earlier. If you're having trouble following this, it's not that hard to follow. Now, also get the book Outwitting the Devil. It's the same thing. Sexual transmutation. If you waste away your 20s and 30s, it's going to make you have to recover and do something aggressive or gamble hard in your 40s or 50s. What we are trying to get men to understand is to understand this as early as possible. That's what my job is to do. Hey, listen, what did I learn? I could have learned this earlier. I had the information earlier and I chose to ignore it. Or I didn't have the information. I wish I had the information and I would have been better. That's what I'm trying to do. Not to say I'm perfect and I made all the good decisions. I decided right. Shit, I decided wrong. I made a lot of wrong choices. What I'm trying to do is to tell you, hey, man, if you continue to make these wrong choices, you're going to need a miracle to save you. That's what I fucking did. I had a miracle. All right. I had to work hard and tear my life down and go homeless and divorce my wife and fight for my kids in court to 10 years. I'm trying to prevent you from doing all that. Now, sometimes, unfortunately for men, you have to go through all of that. We all have to go through all of that. This is the sad reality for men. For men, we have to go through the bullshit. We have to get the wake-up call because we think we're invincible. Our ego says it ain't no gonna happen to me, ain't no big deal. And then we go through the hard time and it forces us to make the change because we're hard-headed. We got to get beat down and we got to go get, we got to get thrown in jail and we got to get, we got to get arrested and we got to get dragged through. We got to get kicked out of our baby mama's house. Sometimes it takes us to learn that. And so it's hard for you to learn that because most men at 20, it ain't going to happen to me. It only happened to you because you a square and you a lame and you had no game and you didn't hit it right and it wouldn't happen to me. It's never going to happen to me. Well, for men, I'm telling you, it's going to happen to you. Just keep living. Keep thinking it ain't going to happen to you and boom. Now you looking crazy. Straggle and Sniggle Theater, we're teaching a little bit too much. Speaking of, we have this story about a woman. Okay. Apparently, this is kind of one of the women that the previous guy probably was having intimate relationships with. Once you see her, you can't deny it because he was just saying 250, come get with me, and 350, come do this and that. This woman right here, okay, says, come with me to file child support on my baby daddy. Golly. First of all, take a look. Look at these type of slump busters y'all busting nuts in. She has multiple children. And these are the type of things that I keep warning you about. Y'all keep using these women for free sex. Y'all end up going to have to pay.
Come with me to put my baby daddy on child support. Sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. And this is a point in my life where I feel like I'm just fed up. I ain't taking no more shit. My daughter is 1 year old and my baby daddy haven't helped me really do shit for our baby. So honestly, this was like a mutual agreement and understanding between us both that we feel like these are the next necessary steps we need to help us co-parent. Every time you put your baby daddy on child support, it don't have to be no negative shit hoes. And don't listen to what them negative assholes got to say about it because they just mad they ain't got no baby daddy to go put downtown on child support either. Fuck them.
Yeah, there you go. There it is right there. All right. Come with me to put my baby daddy on child support. And as you can see, the kid's barely even 2 years old, already throwing the baby daddy on child support, barely 1 year old, already going to child support that fast, broken family that fast. Okay. I mean, this is telling me they didn't even make an attempt to work it out. The dad didn't even make an attempt to stay in this woman's life, or the woman didn't even want to have the dad stay in the life, or the dad had no intentions of staying around at all. He just wanted to bust quick, easy nuts. And guess what? It catches up with you. Okay. It catches up with you rapidly. Oh, she done put the baby daddy's name on the internet. Tyler Curtis. Oh my Lord. Got the nigga's name. Cuyahoga? Where's Cuyahoga? Is that Ohio? It is Ohio. It is Ohio. Ohio again with that rapid L. Okay, Columbus, Cleveland, Cincinnati. Don't at me on this one with y'all goddamn snow cows and chocolate marshmallow women. Golly. All right, ain't nothing out there but slump busters and booger wolf, cock eyes, and knock knees. All right, damn, y'all Cleveland niggas. Not me, Colt. Not me. I get the baddest bitch in Cuyahoga Falls. All right, yes, you do.
He tear those big bitches up. A cat, but yo, he tear them up. What's the mathematics?
Do something.
Yeah.
And there go baby daddy right there. There go the baby daddy right there. Prime example, you niggas, man. I tell you niggas are interesting kids. Anyway, that's Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Boss up in the biatch.
Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Crime and Law CGA coming up here. We got an interesting story. Crime and Law CGA. All right, let's get the sound effect going. No intro. Where's the damn sound effect at? All right, it's gone. I know I had it somewhere. Anyway, it's gone. All right, I don't know where it is. There it is. Crime and Law CGA, we have more niggerism here. All right, that seems to be the state of the day show. We have a former Mount Vernon police official facing attempted murder charges, if you will. I have to say here, attempted deletion charges when her son husband is involved in a shooting. All right, so we have what they call a black politician, elected official, I'm not sure, a sister, probably a single mother, former Mount Vernon police official. I think she has another title. Let me see here. Deputy commissioner is her new title. She's a deputy commissioner. She has been arrested for being the getaway driver when her young son, husband, YN nigga child shoots up the spot. Okay, goodness gracious, man.
Oh, the humanity.
Single mother raised children here. All right, so let's get to the story here.
Murder charges for a Mount Vernon official and her son following a shooting outside a Bronx courthouse. 49-year-old Jennifer Lackard was walked out of a Bronx precinct today.
Damn.
She and her son, 20-year-old Chase Lackard, are facing several charges, including attempted murder, 3 counts of attempted assault, and 6 counts of weapons possession. Police say just before noon on June 29th, Chase opened fire at a crowd of people outside the Bronx criminal courthouse.
What?
Police sources say his mother, Jennifer, who was the deputy commissioner of wellness for the Mount Vernon Police Department, was the getaway driver. Jennifer pleaded not guilty. Mount Vernon says her employment has been terminated. The son is still waiting arraignment. In a statement, the city said the allegations are unrelated to her duties with the Mount Vernon Police Department and do not stem from any conduct associated with the department or the performance of her official responsibilities. Attempted murder.
Wow.
The real problem is niggerism. That's the real problem.
So she's the getaway driver. She getaway drove her son from a shootout in front of the courthouse. And she's a elected official. I'm assuming she's an elected official. We have another story here on this one.
Out of Westchester County, the Deputy Commissioner of Public Safety in Mount Vernon has been arrested and is now charged with attempted murder.
All right. Wow. She's got an attempted murder charge because she's the getaway driver. I'm assuming this is surveillance footage of somebody in a Pookie Shiesty mask.
The real problem is niggerism.
And there you go right there. There's Pookie. Anytime I see a Pookie arrested, they always got braids or nappy braids. And then men with braids say, why am I discriminated against? Well, there's why right there. But
police say 49-year-old Jennifer Lackard acted as the getaway driver for her son, 20-year-old Chase Lackard, after a police say he shot at a rival gang member outside the Bronx criminal courthouse. Police arrested both the mother and the son at their home this morning. Investigators charged both with attempted murder, attempted assault, conspiracy, and criminal possession of a firearm.
The real problem is niggerism. That's the real problem.
Goodness. That's an interesting story here. Somebody reported on that yesterday in the super chats. That is terrible. Where's the daddy at? Where's the daddy at? This is when you pull out the stats on how single mother raise bad children, and then they say, "Not me." Yeah, you're the exception to the rule. Most single mothers, even highly educated single mothers, that disaster. All right. Anyway, we got this right here. We have a guy named Dr. Jaquel Pitts. Ladies and gentlemen, Jaquel Pitts, who's naming these children. He's the founder of the Indiana Southwest Christian University. He started this university in May of 2026. Well, the problem that Jaquel Pitts has is he recently gave a doctorate degree to quote unquote Dr. Cheyenne the 304 Bryant. Now, I know a lot of people have been giving credit for other people for exposing Dr. Bryant. I exposed her relatively early as well, but of course, not a lot of people claim to watch me. I told you this woman was a schizoid. I told you she was a fraud. I could just tell by her voice. Plus, she's a graduate of Cal State Northridge, as I am. And I know these Northridge skeezers. All right. I can tell it as LA skeezer a mile away. But this guy says he was the one who he's the only person at the school, or Dr. Cheyenne Bryant is the only one at the school with a doctorate degree. So we know she had problems trying to certify her doctorate degree or prove it. She actually went to Amazon to put on a fake robe to act like she literally had her graduate robe on, but people had tracked it back and showed that it was purchased on Amazon, similar product. And now he's saying here, this is him. This is the niggerism that I'm talking about here.
The real problem is niggerism. That's the real problem.
But he probably got paid in punani cheeks. But let's hear what his explanation is of why he gave her a doctorate degree when the school has been only open for 3 months. Here we go.
Your university doesn't give doctors of psychology, but you've given one, and that one is to Cheyenne Bryant because of her self-fulfilled prophecy.
No, we provide doctor of psychology degrees, but it's rare that students elect to pursue that degree.
How many doctors of psychology have you given ever?
Only one. So literally the university was created.
And who's that one? Is it Cheyenne Bryant?
Cheyenne Bryant. The university was just established in May of 2026. So in regard to Dr. Bryant's narrative about the school not being registered, it was just started in May of 2026.
Okay, so if the school started in May of 2026, how do you have a doctorate program completed in 3 months? How do you have a doctorate? How do you complete a doctorate in 3 months at a new school? I mean, I'm sure he's going to explain this, but let's go ahead and explain it. And look at how this nigga look. She must have waxed this nigga's dick like Rain Dance. She must have waxed him off real good. She must have sucked the soul out of this nigga. She must have put that goddamn that Fannie Willis on him, that Gorilla Grip Fanny on him. All right, she must have put them juices all up and down on him until he said stop. All right, let's hear this nigga explain this.
So it's not going to have any type of standing online. It was just established in May of 2026.
How many doctors have you given out total since May?
Only one.
So in the history of this school, which started
in May
8 weeks ago,
yes,
you've given out one degree, and that is to Cheyenne Bryant. So if you've only been open for 8 or 9 weeks, how have you been able to do an earned doctorate? I mean, I understand an honorary doctorate because that's based on life contributions, social contributions, status, etc. But an earned doctorate is usually done through coursework. You couldn't do coursework in 2 months.
Okay, so when people are confused because they may say it's an honorary doctorate, it's not. It's not even an honorary doctorate. This is a doctorate that she earned, possibly with her lips or her hips. Okay, so this is him explaining how she was able to earn a doctorate, not an honorary, earned doctorate. She did work. What work did he do or complete that she completed to earn this doctorate? Let's hear it out.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with what's required of an earned doctorate. It usually takes 4 to 6 years.
Yeah.
But as a private Christian university, we actually reserve the right to waive traditional policies and procedures. So how we conducted that particular decision was we initiated a process called prior learning assessment and credit for prior learning. And what that is that's an assessment on one's previous work in the field of psychology or theocentric psychology. And that is a process where we grant credits based on their vocational experience, their career background. There was also a forensic analysis conducted on the therapy sessions and life coaching sessions conducted by Cheyenne Bryant, and she has approximately 20 or more publicly available. And we made the assessment based on her prior learning and her work in the field of psychology to provide her with this Doctor of Psychology and Theocentric Psychology degree.
Wow. That's some crazy ass work. This is why you can't, black folks that do some wild shit out here. Apparently, we do have some evidence as to what type of work she did. Everybody turn your earphones down if you're at work. Turn the volume down if you're at work. Apparently, we do have a sound bite of what she possibly did to earn this particular degree. Oh, yeah, that's what it was. That's it. Cheyenne Bryant like this. All right, you see what these niggas will do. They'll tap dance and shuffle all the way to make you niggas feel like you earned that. That's why you need white people in your life. All right, white people gonna set y'all niggas straight because y'all niggas will do this type of shit. And he's smart enough to come up with all of this bullshit when essentially what happened was that's what happened. She swallowed this suck seed.
So doctors, your university doesn't give doctors of psychology, but you've given one, and that one is to Cheyenne Bryant because of her self-fulfilled prophecy.
No, we provide Doctor of Psychology degrees, but it's rare that students elect to pursue that degree.
How many doctors of psychology?
Okay, I guess that's the beginning of the clip. And everything I said was alleged. Not a surprise from this particular individual here. Anybody can see that she's a schizoid, but people fell for the okie doke. Unfortunately, I would say women more than likely fell for the okie doke. And you can say women fall for many okie dokes. All right, Derek Jackson, okie doke, Cheyenne Bryant, especially on the internet. Men have been falling for the okie doke in relationship to the manosphere. People fall for these heroes, all right? And I've been one that hasn't fallen yet, last man standing at this point. But a lot of people have been exposed to be fraudulent perpetrators and grifters, and I've been providing value consistently. But of course, these people get away with it for whatever means or reasons or all of that. I can't even tell you, all right? That's crime and law CGA, all I can say. Let me show you this real quick. On the next segment here, we have Inside the Mind. No, it's an evil world we live in. It is an evil world we live in. Okay, we're trying to matriculate the ball downfield, as you can see, but it's an evil world we live in.
It's an evil world we live in.
Where are all the red pill rangers at? All right, they're going to ban OnlyFans. We need to do this. Our society's going to collapse and fall. Degeneracy, Andrew Wilson. Where are all these people at? Traditional conservatives. Who remembers the show Knots Landing? All right, for the old heads, Greaseman, Texas, J. Cool, CGA, old heads, the old niggies. Knots Landing. Knots Landing, let me show you who Knots Landing is. Knots Landing used to be back where they had prime time soap operas. And there were soap operas. I think Knots Landing actually was based on the soap opera Dallas. All right. And these were primetime soap operas. Soap operas used to be in the middle of the afternoon, General Hospital, Days of Our Lives. But they had at a popular time before reality TV show, they had scripted primetime soap operas. Dallas, Knots Landing, Falcon Crest, these type of shows. And I believe Knots Landing was a spinoff from Dallas. All right. This is the son of the Ewings that moved to California, if I'm not mistaken. So they had a woman named Donna Mills on the show. And if I scroll in right here on this picture, that's Donna Mills, center of the photo right here. Let me see if we can pull her up back in the day right here. Let me see if we can get a good picture of Donna Mills. Here we go right here. So Donna Mills is on, well, damn, she looking old as fuck right there too. All right, so that's Donna Mills on the left. You see that right there? She's on the show Knots Landing in the 80s. Well, speaking of 80s, it's an evil world we live in. Donna Mills at age 85 has joined OnlyFans.
Oh, the humanity.
Oh my God. Becky, look at her butt.
Oh my God.
There it is. Breaking news. According to the New York Post last week, Knots Landing icon Donna Mills launches OnlyFans account at age 85 years old. Yes. Okay. This is where we at, y'all. This is where 85 years old. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if she's the only oldest woman on OnlyFans. I don't know if that's the case. But she has an explanation as to why she did this. All right. And I'm thinking that maybe she was in a bind.
Let you get it through your thick skull that I'm broke.
I think so.
Dead, flat, stony broke. I've got $3.85 in my purse.
All right. So we have an interview of why she has joined OnlyFans at age 85. There she is right there. Here we go.
And how did you decide to go on to OnlyFans?
Well, first of all, I didn't know what OnlyFans was. I had no idea. They came to me and I said to my agent, I said, what's OnlyFans? They said, well, it's kind of an adults only kind of thing. Are you sure you want to meet with them? I said, well, I don't know. Let's see what they have to say. And what they said was, you don't have to do nakedness. You do it the way you want to do it. But I'm sincerely happy to be doing it, happy to be interacting with the fans.
What's the wildest request you've gotten so far?
Well, you know, I have a vineyard.
I did not know that.
Somebody wants to film myself stomping the grapes.
They want to see your feet.
Yes.
Oh, the humanity.
We're just looking at the booty. We're looking at the breast. We're looking at her neck. We're looking at her feet. We're looking at her.
No, I ain't looking at no feet. There ain't nobody looking at no feet.
You're looking at feet? I'm looking at feet.
They want to see Donna Mills' 85-year-old feet. Stomping grapes, bunions, and feet fungus, and all kind of gangrene and varicose veins and liver sunspots and all kind of ish like this. Oh my goodness. They want to see Donna Mills' feet. Men are nasty.
Oh my
Y'all nasty, bruh. Y'all some nasty niggies. Moles and all kind of toenail fungus and all kind of veins. This is crazy, man. I mean, look, I probably done got a couple of y'all to sign up right now. This is crazy. Men are nasty.
They want to see the toes.
They want to see the toes. She says yes. Uh-huh. Yep.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
They want to see her toes.
Yeah, I guess so. There are a lot of people out there who are turned on by toes, I guess.
Oh my goodness.
So are you going to deliver that?
You betcha.
There it is. I'm telling you, bro. Hey, look, this is the sign of the times. This is what I've warned you about, where the incels and the red pill rangers thought that there was going to be an end to this. There's no end. She's like, bro, you think the older women are going to be like, you know, these younger women need to get their lives together? Nope. They're like, hey, I want to get on. Halle Berry selling vaginal cream to make her moist and wet after menopause. These older women are going. They see in the streets wide open and seeing dollar signs.
In these streets.
They seeing dollar signs. They seeing independent. These older women ain't trying to reel these younger women in and shame them. It's gone. It's an open marketplace. And the marketplace does not end. The woman, you could be the Tales from the Crypt. You could be 85 years old and still be making money on a Highway 304 monetized dating marketplace. I'm going to be right on this, gentlemen. Buckle up. Okay, there's no Sharia law, no taking away women's rights, none of these ecclesiastical marriages. The okie doke is over. All women are monetized, even your granny. Your granny going, y'all.
In the streets.
Your granny is going. Even your grandma is going. Your great grandma is going, bruh. She great granny age. And she putting her feet out. And she like, yep, I got to pay bills too. I got to pay bills too, baby. I still got life. She got her wig on and all of that.
When I
no shame.
turned 85, I thought, oh my God, I'm elderly. But I'm not. I don't feel elderly. I don't think I look elderly. And if this is 85, all right, I'm on for it.
What? Ooh, I can't wait to see them granny panties. And there she was back in the, oh my goodness. And right here, she's 40. She probably was 27 right here back in the day. You know, we all looked older back in the day. All right, look at that. That was her back in the day. Right? That was her back then with the soft white light, the soft white. Ugh. All right, this is somebody. She was a MILF back then. All right, she was an old heifer back then. Oh, my lordy, lordy, lordy. Lordy, 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 Miss Claudia. It's an evil world we live in. Okay, all right, let me see what we got here. We got a couple of other videos related to this. I got a lot to show y'all today. Pause. Let me see here. Yeah, we got this evil world we live in. We got another video right here. Where's the video that I had? I lost it. Donna Mills. Okay. Yep, I had this video. I had that video. Where's the video? Okay, all right, here it is. That's what I was looking for. All right, so we have this video out here. So you want to get married, right? So we have this woman out here, the new That's You woman, for men who want to get married or relationships, and you think the woman has burning desire. This woman says that she gave attractive men a try, and she realized she couldn't wrangle one, so she started dating unattractive men, and it's the healthiest relationship in her life. Now, take in consideration that this woman looks like Master Splinter. I mean, she looks like every white woman that could possibly live in New York City. I mean, the goofy glasses, liberal white woman, a hair slicked back. This is every average white woman. I mean, nothing spectacular about her. Basic Becky, stock factory issued. I mean, she ain't ugly, but she ain't hella fine. This woman got the nerve to say, I got ran through by attractive men, but I married the ugly guy. Okay, so here we go right here.
I was not attracted to my husband when I first met him. And
I was not attracted to my husband when I first met him.
to some people that might seem like a red flag. Every time that I previously was attracted to them and started dating them, I would just like bend over backwards trying to please them. With my husband, it was totally different. He pursued me, first of all. I said, let's keep it platonic. No, thank you. And then, we went to coffee platonically, and I presented my authentic self to him. No people pleasing, no like twisting things around. And in that, we were able to actually authentically get to know each other. And that is honestly why we got married.
There is 1000% a way to say that my partner was not initially my type on paper, but my attraction to him really grew.
All right, shut up. Whoever this was.
And that's you.
All right, whoever this woman is, I ain't trying to listen to this bitch. $2 Roma Army. All right. Look at that. Just like that, bruh. Hey, you know what? I wasn't attracted to him. And guess what? I made him hop over all those hoops and hurdles. So we talked about that. Well, when you're trying to chase genuine burning desire, you got to hop through all the hoops and hurdles. Okay. All these hoops and hurdles. Well, I didn't do this. I didn't try to impress him. I didn't try to bend over backwards. He pursued me. As I tell you, anytime you got to pursue a woman, that you lost leverage. And that's basically what she said. Okay. He lost leverage. I didn't have to do nothing, but she bent over backwards for X, Y, and Z. I really wasn't attracted to him, but since he was able to want to do what? To make all relationships work, you got to simp. Okay. If he gonna simp, I'll go for it. Like, damn.
And that's you.
I don't understand that, when women say that, they think they're like saying something positive about the guy. Okay. But that was severely negative.
And here's a secret that many guys don't know, especially in today's day and age, is that women love nice guys. We may not understand how much we love and appreciate them until we're a little older, and we've gotten that sort of asshole phase out of our systems. I I'd say by our late 20s, early 30s is the point in our lives when we're just exhausted by the jerks and we have no time in our lives anymore for them. So we really start looking for men who we know will be great long-term partners, aka nice guys, right? And that's you. And that's you.
Damn. Hey, man. Keep up. I would want for a man, I will want you to know, because a lot of these men that have relationships with women like this, they brag. Oh, I got this and I got a relationship and you just can't get one. And I'm like, they really don't know that you're the that's you guy.
And that's you.
Maybe you do know, but most of the guys don't know. You're completely clueless. No, she really likes me and she likes me for me. And there's genuine burning desire and she never cheats on me and I'll never cheat on her. And we got a connection. And this is what, and then they'll start teaching you what you got to do to get a girl. Well, this is what you do to got to get a girl. And you're like, bro, I'm CGA. I don't got to do none of that shit, bro.
And that's you.
All right, trust me, I'm good. And then they'll try to teach you how to do it. And all you need is a woman now. And if you did this, bro, the reason why she's with you is because you medium ugly. That's why. And that you bend over backwards and you cape and simp. That's why you're with her. And more power to you. But I'm good. I ain't trying to be medium ugly, nigga.
And that's you.
All right, you can keep it moving. All right, you don't, but most guys really don't know that you're that guy. Do you even know? You the medium ugly nigga? All right, last one on this evil world we live in. We have a woman named Melinda. Melinda says something that this is an interesting clip. Shout out to Melinda for putting this clip out. A lot of men are confused about how women have these ideas about them being princesses. You know, you ever have these women that are like, I want princess treatment. And you're just like, what is this? Like they have a birthday and they want to celebrate it the whole month. Or they want flowers on the first date. Or they want you to pull out the chair and do all of these things in her mind that she's the princess. You know, you go to the store and they bag up all the shit and then she don't want to carry the bags. No, I don't carry bags in my hand. I just like this shit. And she got a pocket dog, a dog in her pocket, or a little poodle or something, or a snickerdoodle. Like in her world, she's just supposed to be walking around and people just throwing rose petals at her feet. You know, the princess treatment shit that you're hearing. Not all women have this belief. A lot of men are confused by this particular thing. Now, I know that I deal with women like this, but I deal with them on like I know how to deal with them. I get them in for a weekend and then send their ass off. All right, while they're thinking like, oh, I finally got me one. And I'm like, nope, I got you for the weekend. There's nothing more coming from you. All right, so I get to use them. Not use them, but I get to rent them out. You know, type of shit. But this princess treatment, men think that this is something that only men experience. Now, this video by Melinda demonstrates, and based on the engagement in the post, that even women are experiencing within their friend group, women believing that their female friends should be giving them princess treatment. Now, this is something that I can admit. I wasn't aware of this. I was not aware that these same women were going into their female friend group and expecting the female friends to give them princess treatment. Now, this was pretty mind-blowing to me. But then I had to look at the comments and look and go, wow. So even the female friends, not lesbians. This isn't lesbians. These are friends. You know, when they go out to parties and nightclubs and they go to bars and shit. She's saying that the stop using princess treatment behavior on your female friends. I'm not your man. So did anybody notice? Did anybody notice that the women are doing this to their female friends? I had no idea. All right. And I had to look in the comment section because if you can take a look here. All right. This was a viral post. Okay. And look at all these comments and likes. I went in there and I was like, what? Oh, my goodness. So let's hear what Melinda has to say about this.
Type of behavior in female friendships I cannot stand. Why are you making me the designated do all be all in the friendship? I can't stand a woman in a friendship that wants you to make the reservations, figure everything out while they turn their brain off. I am not your man. I am not a man. Why do I have to do everything in this friendship while you sit back and go, figure it out, figure it out? I know a lot of females that like this whole princess treatment done by men, but when they bring that energy into a female-based friendship, it comes off as a one-sided friendship where they want you to do it all for them. It comes off as like they are incapable of doing things themselves. And it puts a lot of strain on that one person to do everything. Open up your car door, ask for reservations. You have a phone, you do the reservation. I'm already doing XYZ. What are we doing here? It's giving.
It's giving.
I don't do this. I don't lift a finger. A man should do this for me. I don't want to do nothing. When I'm with a man, I turn my brain off.
Yeah, and so we've heard this particular "I turn my brain off" idea from women that is like the state that they want to be in. I experienced this as a sugar daddy. Men experience with their daughter. Married men experience with this with their wives. Not all, but there's some people. There's a fantasy of women going, when I'm out, I just want to turn my brain off. Where you make the reservations and you pay the bill and you bag up the leftovers and you make the hotel reservation and you check them into the hotel and you book the flight and you carry the passports and you have her boarding pass, and she just is just on there with vibes. She's there with vibes. She just wants to stand in the section and dance. And this is where women think everything is fun. Oh, I went on a date. I went on a vacation and everything was fun because she didn't do anything. She got doted on. She had the guy bring the luggage to the room, and she does only thing she does is unpack her luggage, barely. That's it. Now, this is a funny thing to hear that the female friends are getting the same thing, where they go to brunch and she just turns her brain off. All right. And then doesn't lift a finger, doesn't split any of the bill, doesn't doesn't make any plans. Like, this is crazy. The turn my brain off thing. Okay. This is a thing that women want. Yeah. That soft girl era, that soft girl shit. This to me, it's not sustainable for anybody to do for anyone long term. I mean, this is not a sustainable thing. The only place where I see it somewhat sustainable is white men marrying white women. All right. Or white men marrying any race of women. White men tend to cherish this role. Okay. To do this and accomplish this long term, to get their little neck, their little ear scratched. White men tend to sign up for this, right? They tend to want to do this for their wife and be the provider male with his American flag shirt. You know what I mean? That militia American flag shirt with his hat backwards type nigga. You know, he's like total like fake alpha male, fake beard ass nigga. You know, extra testosterone taking ass nigga. You know, this type of dude. He in the gym with the, what do they call that shit? I can't even remember it. Extra protein shake ass nigga. Right. And he's got the wife in the Lululemon pants, you know, and walking around with her and doting her around. This is the only type of guy that I see just stepping up to do this shit for a long period of time. Short period of time, maybe a weekend, a fling for sure. Okay. Okay. But most people, men and women, do not want to do that for these type of people, because the funny thing about it is, who the fuck is this person? Number one, who are you? You're a regular person, but in their mind, they're a princess. I only want princess treatment. And they'll get it from time to time, and then they'll get frustrated because a guy won't continue to do it, and then they'll just hop from guy to guy looking for this shit. But then you look at them and go, who do you think you are? I celebrate my birthday every day of the month type bitch, where they want a present every day of the month. Like, who are you? And unfortunately, the female friends got to deal with this main character syndrome bullshit. Like, wow.
When you are with your girlfriends, it is a team effort. Okay? If I'm trying to do something for us, and then you ask on top of it for me to do something else, you have a phone, you have a brain, you have fingers, use them.
Nah.
She is not your boyfriend. She is not your husband. She is like your sister, not your help.
It's funny that she's saying that she's passing the buck back to the men. Like, no, we're not the men. Go get that from the men. But not many men do what she's asking for either. Not many men do it. Like I said, there are a select group of men that will do that long term, but she's pushing it back. We're not your boyfriends. Well, not even the boyfriends are doing shit like this.
Word. Don't make a friendship one-sided. All
right, you know what? Let me read the comments on this one just so we can see what's going on here, because this is interesting. It says, why is everyone talking about this all of a sudden? I'm assuming that this is maybe a trending topic. All right. And it looks like, especially with taller women, I got stories for days. So it sounds like the taller women are bullying the shorter women. All right. Some bully shit. I can see that because we've seen that with the Real Housewives of Atlanta. They had that big ass moose woman. What was that woman's name? She was a black woman and she was big as fuck and she bullied all of them. I can't remember her name. Maybe you guys remember her name. She's a really ugly looking woman in the face. But she was a real, Nene Leakes. Nene Leak. Yeah, she was a big, overgrown, Donkey Kong ass bitch. And she would bully the rest of with that princess treatment shit. You know who I'm talking about. Anyway, don't be a damsel distress with me. But be it with the men. Okay, that's interesting. A lot of times they're male-centered and just use their friendships as a placeholder. Okay. As an eldest daughter, don't even try that with me. Okay, we're here. A friend expected me to pay every time we go out. Babes, go get a man for that. You notice that their objection to this is just to not do it to the females. Then they're saying, go get a man to do that. Look at that. So they're kind of halfway right. That's interesting. As a tall girl, short girls always treat me like a boyfriend. Oh, okay. That's the reverse she's saying right there. So the short girls are making the tall girls the boyfriend. Wow. Interesting. Whole time they have a man who is their princess. Okay. Interesting. A friend once told me because I'm more masculine. So you're the more dominant masculine female, so you should give her princess treatment. And look at the ratios on this one. A lot of women agree. This is what I've been telling you for a long time, gentlemen. I've been telling you for a long time that never really take what your bad experiences with women. You know, we all have experiences. And sometimes we have negative experience and we internalize them. We take them personal. But what you will find is that more than likely that woman is that way, not just with men, but with women, with other women. And this does bring back this point that I've always said about the conversations between men and women about these issues that men have with women. And then women will be like, not me. Not all women are like that. But then we'll go and express these sentiments about when women treat them like shit. And then I go, yeah, you just said not all women do that, but then we'll reflect on friendships that you've had from middle school, from the cheerleading team, from your sorority, from all the way through college, from your work experiences. You've dealt with shitty women. And then surprise when we talk about how we've dealt with shitty women. Okay. You've dealt with them too. And we always tell men, do not make it personal. Don't internalize it. There's nothing you're doing wrong. You just dealt with a shitty woman, or the woman was dealing with you in a shitty manner. She does that to her friends too, to her mom, to all of that. And most of the time, because she had a big butt and a smile, you went and you fell for it and you put up with all this shitty behavior. So this is an example of this, that even women are experiencing this. But I find it interesting that they're saying, pass it off to these men. Don't deal with me like that. Do it to the men. Anyway, that's an evil world we live in. Shout out to these
It's an evil world
situations there. Don't take it personal. Take the bitter with the sweet. Ladies, are you watching me? There's 2,000 people in the chat. So that means statistically, there's about 40 women watching me, touching their love button, all frustrated and flustered. Women are all hot and horny and bothered watching me right now. Any women watching me, press 1. Y'all all horny watching me. When you're watching me and watching my forehead gleam, you watching my bald head shine, and you like, oh, I wish I would put my hand on the back of his bald head while he licking that cat. All right, you know you watching that right now.
Did you eat that cat?
You're thinking about them toes reaching the sky and you putting your hand on the back of my hook. All right. While I'm licking up and down till you say,
did you
stop.
eat that cat?
All right. You watching me all hot and bothered and horny. Did I make you go to the bathroom? You had to pat it dry before you came back to work. Where y'all at, ladies? I can't handle all of y'all. I can't give you all the CGA experience all at once. I got to take you one at a time. But are you in the building? Holla if you hear me, ladies. All right. Get 'em daddy time is here. I'm here for you, ladies. I'm here.
Get him, daddy.
All right, I'm here. We here for you. I did have a question for you, but I got y'all hot and bothered and distracted. But give me a meow if you're in the building. You know what I mean? Let a brother know that you out here. Kitty cat time. Kitty cat, where are you? All right.
Did you eat that cat?
There's some women watching me. Not me. I just watch you for the conversations. That's like me watching the Prime magazines for the articles. There's there right there. We got some meow in the building. Meow.
Did you eat that cat?
Shout out to KP says, Guru, you opened my mind long ago by saying chasing excellence for the old man, you will be instead for women. Chase excellence for the old man, you'll be instead for women. And I actually think understanding equals love, at least one aspect of it. He says, true, love has three other aspects: compassion, forgiveness, and generosity, which are seen from parents. Shout out to UKP. There's all masters of love out here. There's all, levels of love. In my opinion, though, we've gotten love wrong here in the Western Hemisphere. Is because we have a love. Our love is equated to fantasy love. Anytime you hear somebody tell you about how love is, I want to know what love is. I want you to show me, ass nigga. It's based on love, romance, mythology, and this type of thing. And I get it. Once you get older, it becomes more impossible to pursue this thing. And then if some old bitch want to fall in love and romance, you looking at her like, damn, grow up. But there's levels to love, and people have often mixed it all together in one pot and tried to define it. But I've done shows just talking about there's 7, 8, 9 forms of love in which a parent shows love different than how a romantic partner shows love. Some people will have just sexual love where you can't keep your hands off each other. Okay. Let me see here. Can't keep hands off of each other. There's family love, familial love. There's erotic love, right? That's I can't keep your hands off of you. You're just immediately, passionately, sexually loving each other, but there's no connection there. It's just sex, all right? And it's okay if it's just that. There's agape, that's human love, humanity, all right? There's loving yourself like I do. You big up yourself. There's pragma, love that endures, and that don't even have to do with romantic love, all right? There's mania, obsessive love, which a lot of you guys are maniacs. You're obsessed with a person. You don't love them in a way that you care for the person. You only love them in the instance that you're just crazy about the person. Then if that person doesn't like you in return or love you in return the way you want it, guess what? It turns into hate. Whereas it's supposed to turn into indifference. Okay, he didn't love me that way, I should go. But you're obsessed with the person. You're stalking the person. That's not the love that a person wants, but they might think that that's love. There's playful love. All right, now here's the thing. This is why we said earlier that women are either the woman that he's cheating with or he's cheating on. She's either the person she's cheating with or cheating on. That's because a man can exhibit playful love with the woman that he's cheating on, but the one he's cheating with can be certainly erotic love. Sometimes you don't get all the type of loves in the one person. He loves you and shit. He's playful and he's cuddling with you and y'all have inside jokes and conversations and shit, but he don't want to bust them cheeks out. He don't want to paint her face. Like, think about it. Do you want to bust all over your girlfriend's face? You know what I mean? The girlfriend where you take out the girl that's going to have your kids. Do you want in the middle of the night, let me bust on your face? All right. And tap your dick on her forehead. You be like, raw, give me your hair, pull it, raw. You know, Look at y'all. Y'all like, yeah. I can't be looking at my wife and then she feeding the kids Cheerios and I'll be like, damn, I just cream pied her face. Like, rah, rah. Not me. That's not my wife. My wife ain't gonna get cream pie and shit like that. That's what I do to the nasty 304s. You know what I mean? He said bust on her booty. Yeah, that's her booty, but not all in her, just trashing her. You know what I mean? Now, the ones that say they can, are you married? Don't say you can and you're not married yet. You got to be married already. You got to be married already. You know what I mean? But, you know, there's women I can just trash. You know what I mean? Just, yeah, or, you know, just all of this shit. I ain't trying to sleep next to her, though. Look, they not married. That's what I'm saying. Look, they saying they can, but they not married. Like, show me that you can do it. Don't be saying that you, show me that you did it, not that you could do it. All right. Anyway, let me see here. Now, here's the thing about it. If you don't do it to your wife, somebody else going to do it to your wife because they don't love your wife like that. They just see her as somebody that they can nut on her face. So, like, you know, you're like, I love my girl. You know, I don't want to do that to her. You know, I don't want to bust in her eyes. And then she got pink eye going to work. You can do that to the schizoid. She get pink eye. You like, whatever. All right. But if you don't do it to your wife, another dude's going to do it to your wife because he don't love your wife the way you love her. He don't see her raising kids and feeding and making breakfast for your kids and shit and cutting up hot dogs and all of this shit. Putting your butters on apples, okay? Putting raisins on celery and peanut butter, and like she don't see this shit. You know what I mean? He don't see that. He just see her at work bending over, picking up shit. He's like, damn, you know what I do to her? Nasty shit. All right. Ladies, where we at? Where we at? Anyway. Where we at here? What we got? Martin Muhammad says, I want to make sure we add, as the CGA YouTube lexicon library grows, no strags, onesie twosies, and here and there skis. Also, I'm no snitch, but when you briefly left class yesterday, Larry C. and Chad Powers were cutting up in class, spitballing in the chat. Pause. Welcome back. Shout out to Martin Muhammad. Appreciate you, sir. Onesie twosies, here and there skis. Shout out to you, man. Anyway, how many people in here have been married for longer than 5 years? Anybody? Press 1 in the chat if you've had a marriage for longer than 5 years. Anybody? Anybody in here? Marriage longer than 5 years. All right, look at all these people in here. Men and women can answer this. Somebody said 49 years. What in the world? 49 this year. Okay, I don't even think that's 49 years though. 17 years of marriage. All right, shout out to y'all. Common law, sure. If you've lived with each other for longer than 5 years, we'll count that. 15-year survivor. Got divorced after 4.5, so you barely missed it. 10 years this year. Shout out to all our married people. Somebody said 49 years. Holy mackerel. 49 years a slave. Shout out to all the married people watching me. You see, this is just not a single show. This is not just a show for men. This is a show for everybody. Okay. So common law, you live with each other. So for 49 years. So for the people who've been married that long, 5 years, as you know, it's the 7 years itch, 5 years itch. Of those people who said they were married that long or live with their girlfriend that long, someone wants me to give marriage advice. Yeah, I could do that. See, this show is just not for just single dudes and incels or red pillars. We have a great group of men and women to watch my show. We have a lot of info to share. Of those people, my question is, do you still, after 5 years minimum, 49 years max, did you still lust after your wife after that minimum 5 years all the way to 49, wherever that time is? Did you still lust at her the same as you were lustful towards her before you met her? Okay, and be honest. Let's be honest. Okay, did you still, okay, look, here we go. See, these dudes was lying earlier. Did you still lust after her the same way you lusted after her in the beginning of the relationship? Look at these dudes was lying earlier. I'll do it. I'll bust all over her face. All right, somebody says still lust after her the same day. All right, but most of people saying no. Only after we separated. Interesting. No more lust. It definitely wanes. So look, we got, most people are saying no. We do have a couple of yeses. Somebody pleaded the fifth. 6 years, no. Yes and no, on and off. Okay, somebody says on and off. Okay, shout out to these people for being honest in the chat, because this is the stuff that we really talk about, the important stuff. It's not the theory. It's not the I can. It is what really happens. Once and two skis here and there skis. What the reality is, and we have to be real, is that stuff wanes. All that adventurous sex and all the nasty stuff that you want to do to your spouse, it generally goes down. It goes away. Initially, yes, but after a while, it just is not there anymore, and you're coasting, autopilot. You're there because there's a different type of love you're pursuing. It's no longer lust. It's not, the passion is waned. It's like commitment, family, and these type of things. And at some particular point, people will justify it and say, marriage is not about sex. It's not about, these passionate, lustful things. Like, that's what happens. And people last just like that for 6, 12, 15, 20, 49 years. They'll be like that. And then they'll listen to me talking about me going from country to country, conquering Asian punani like it was like bread in Russia. All right, just they hear me talking about 2 times a day, 3 times and they like, damn, your sex drive is crazy, because in their world, they can deal with a relationship and then maybe have sex 2 times a week. Maybe. Okay. But they hearing me going, what in the world, bro? You crazy. This is too much. And then they will come back to me and say, you have a problem. And I'm like, not really. It sounds like you have a problem. You have the problem, or you just settled into a situation. And trust me, I was married for almost 9 years. I can speak to it. There's no problem. There's no problem with my ex. What I'm saying is, you just fall out of lust. The passion wanes. The fucking what did they get? The spark goes out. It's not the same. It's not the same. It is not the same. And most people can attest to this. Every now and then, onesie twosie here and there skis. Okay, it is still there, but most of the time it's not there. And this is why you see high levels of sexless marriages and affairs and people living as roommates and not being intimate. They're classified as sexless marriages, even though they're still having sex, but it's not, it's intercourse. It's not sex. They're kind of going through the motions, getting it in. The woman looks and says, okay, it's been 3 days. I better go fuck him real quick. Or he's going to be pouting around all weekend, and I'm not going to get him to take out the trash and do the honey-do list, so I better give him some punani. And then she lets you hump on her, and she says, good boy, don't you feel good now? All right, just don't bust on the pillowcase. Don't bust on my face. I didn't take my birth control, or don't bust on the sheets. Yeah, this type of shit. Kind of go through the motions, or your wife has to get drunk. All right, she has to get 3 or 4 glasses of wine in, and then she'll get frisky. And then she's like, I'm feeling frisky right now. This type of shit. She's like, it is your birthday. Do you want some birthday head or not? Do you really want it? I really don't want to give it to you. You sure? Are you good? Yeah. Now, for the people who don't realize, yep, the kids are going to wake up. Let's get it in quick. Don't be quiet, or don't come in. We can't do it now. The kids are still awake. Let me just tell you, man, look, this is going to happen. There's like an 80-90% chance this is going to happen. All right. Now, again, like I said, some people will go, no, not me. Okay, good. Congratulations, nigga. But there are dudes that take their wife on vacation with their kids and don't get no pussy. Listen to me, gentlemen. I want you to listen. There are dudes that take their wives, pack up passports, pack up bags, strollers, suitcases. They go to motherfucking Cancun, Aruba, and they pack up all this shit, take their wife, and get no punani. The whole trip is just the baby in a damn room, kids sleeping in the bed. All right, none, not one piece of punani the whole trip. Now, I'm just telling you, man, just telling you, it's real. That's a real shit. And the dude done paid $15,000, $20,000, $30,000. They $20,000 deep. Disneyland all damn day, 2 days, 3 days, 3 days out of the whole trip at Disneyland, buying motherfucking churros and $85 hamburgers. Disneyland Mickey Mouse ears and pins and buttons. And ain't got one piece of marital puss the whole trip. He looking at ass going, 18 and 24-year-old girls walking by. He looking at them like this in the line, looking at their feet. He looking at ass everywhere. He just horny as and ain't got Nathan. Tell me I'm not lying. I mean, you gotta know, man. I'm trying to tell y'all the truth. There are dudes doing that repeatedly, go on trips. They go on 4 vacation, get one piece of ass. The whole 4 vacation. They are $85,000 in on vacation, didn't bust one nut. And it was a quick nut. Jesus, man, I'm like, and I'm trying to tell y'all to get you prepared for this shit. You are not prepared. Married people will not tell you this. Married men will not tell you this. My man, you done jerked off more on them family vacations than you done got sex. And she gonna be like, why you think you expect sex? I'm telling you, man, it is bad news. And she feel like she ain't trying to fuck you on these trips. Man. But me, I go on vacation, $10,000, $50,000, $30,000, $20,000 in. I done pipe. I done laid some pipe. I done left some trails, bro. For all that money I spent on vacation, plus, trust me, my hotel bed done got used. All right, that's the difference. That's the difference between a free agent and niggas in relationships and marriages long term. Anybody want to speak on this? Married men, speak up. Long-term relationship men, speak up. Speak up. But again, they're going to say, well, it ain't about that. It's not about that. It ain't, don't worry about that. I'm not worried about that. I just like my family on vacation and my kids to enjoy the Disney cruise. And they're going to talk about that. They'll say it's not about that. And my answer to that is fine. But my question is, make sure you let these men know that when they get married and have kids and all that shit, they ain't fucking when they getting on them trips. They ain't doing it. They ain't getting no sex when they getting on those trips. $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 in, no sex. Well, man said it's all facts. Been married for 22 years. I want men to speak up. And I don't want to hear these exceptions to the rules and all of this shit. And then when you have teenage kids and all this, man, you ain't getting no sex on these fucking trips. You ain't getting no sex on these trips. Same thing. You go see your family. Y'all drive and fly all the way. Y'all drive from Milwaukee to Atlanta. Go see her family. You are getting no pussy when you go see her family. None. You hear me? You ain't getting no sex when you go visit her family. Y'all pile into the goddamn minivan, driving 1,500 miles up the interstate to go see her family, stay there 4 days, 5 days, 6 days, sitting up having family breakfast and coffee and going here, excursions, and going to see aunties and grannies and shit. And they introducing you to this nigga and family member she ain't seen in 24, 48 years. Talking to these niggas and sitting down in hot houses where they got the stove on and no air conditioning and shit. You ain't getting no pussy that whole family trip. Tell these niggas, man. None. You ain't getting no sex because you sleeping in some fucked up room she grew up in or on the floor somewhere in the goddamn living room in the middle of the night. If you're the young couple, you ain't getting no pussy on this trip. What? You gonna be fucking on some guest room bed that was her childhood bed when she was a kid on an air mattress. On a air mattress. You sitting there in the goddamn laundry room on the air mattress. You ain't getting no sex. Come on, man. The only way you're gonna get it is if you're going to see your family and then the grandkids have like the grandparents have granny night where granny get all the grandkids in pajamas and they make cookies and shit and popcorn and then they got a movie night or they get a big ass sheet and have movie night in the backyard and then you get to go to the hotel because granny knows y'all gotta get some sex in and then you go to the hotel so y'all can have y'all one night of fucking while granny got all the kids in pajamas and feeding them cookies and chocolate chip cookies and popcorn, and you get your wife to the hotel and she go like this.
I haven't showered in 3 days and I smell like a bag of onions. Is any of this turning you off? Nothing?
Your wife gonna be like, I'm super tired. Can we not this time? Can we wait till we get home? You're gonna be like, you're gonna be like, what? Can we just make it quick? I'm super tired. This is the first time I haven't had the kids, so now I just want to go to sleep.
I haven't showered in 3 days and I smell like a bag of onions. Is any of this turning you off? Nothing?
Bro, I'm going to just let you know, man. Yep, and you done paid for that $300 hotel. You done got ready. You done trimmed up the hair around your balls because she thought, and she promised you she was going to lick your balls. She promised you. I can't wait till it's granny night and so we can go to the hotel. She done promised you. Oh, when we get to the hotel on Thursday, it's granny night and we going to get it on. She going to get there. Oh, I'm just a little too tired. Can we wait till we get back? Look, where the women at? Y'all quiet, man. They quiet. Man almighty. Yep, she just got her period. She gonna say, you know what? I just start spotting. You're gonna be mad at me, but I just start spotting. We could put a towel on the bed. Yeah, but I don't feel extra clean. I feel kind of sticky. I don't want to, she gonna get her period. That night, she gonna start spotting. Damn, I just started spotting. I hope you don't, and I don't feel clean. I don't feel like I'm gonna be passionate into it. You don't. They good at reneging, bruh. They good at reneging, man. They classic, bruh. What the real thing is. Let me tell you what the real issue is. You want to know what the real issue is? It's not niggerism. I'm gonna tell you what the real issue is with this. Why this happens. CGA, well, why does this happen? Somebody said CGA literally explained my past married life. Hey, let me tell you why this happens. Somebody says I still did it when I was on my period. Yeah, that's a fun thing to do. I mean, I don't mind. I have to, but now I gotta go ahead and add the blood all over it. Blood sausage. Now it's blood sausage. Who wants to be doing that? All right, nasty niggas. All right, but anyway, somebody said it. True said it. The reason why this happens, let's go back to this. This is the reason why this happens. Is because you marry guys. Remember I told you don't realize you the medium handsome nigga. The reason why she does this is because she's not attracted to you. You're just the husband nigga. You the medium ugly nigga.
Seem like a red flag every time that I was not attracted to my husband when I first met him, and to some people that might seem like a red flag every time that
you thought you had a wife who loved you and was attracted to you. The reason why it happens is they're not attracted to you. They don't love you. They don't lust after you. That's not they need to be drunk to fuck you after you had a kid or 2 or 3. They're really just like they really have no real sexual interest in you. You're like a utility. You're the husband. You're the father. You pay percentage of the bills. You're the good guy. They don't really like you like that, nigga. They really aren't sexually aroused by you. You're the medium ugly nigga. And I was that, guys, I've been there, bro. And I'm even talking about myself. They really don't think that they're like that. They're not with you and married you for that. They didn't marry you for that. That's why y'all had to qualify and had to have a house and a car and a stable job. That's why they married you. And you were a good guy and you had potential and you had earning potential and earning power and a stable job. And she wanted you to commit and get rid of all your hoes. And she thought you didn't even have hoes. Oh, I'm going to go with a guy. He a nerd guy. He probably ain't got no hoes. Introvert. So she like really not attracted to you like that. So that's why she bails out. That's why she finds a reason out. I'm spotting. I'm uncomfortable. I feel dirty. I don't feel like it. You know, the kids, this, I'm tired. Okay. That's because somebody said y'all simped. You're in a relationship. You simp to make it work. She don't respect that, but she can use that. She needs that. And that's why you go on vacation and don't fuck. That's why. That's the only explanation, bro. She don't see you as a sexual beast. She might tell you that, ooh, hubby, ooh, you're an animal, rawr, ass nigga. She might say that. And every now and then she might get in the mood and frisky. She done drunk a couple motherfucking mimosas at brunch, or she done fucked around and had some sangria, all right, and got tipsy, all right, and lost her way, you know what I mean, and flirted with the goddamn bouncer or the fucking bellboy or the goddamn personal trainer and got too much sangria in her system, and now she done fucked around and came back home horny, and now she's like, rawr, ass nigga, you know. And press 1 in the chat if I'm telling these motherfuckers the truth, because these people don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. They think I'm lying. Press 1 in the chat if I'm telling these goddamn truths. Yep. Oh, Lord. That's why somebody said that they hate handsome. If women call me handsome, it's a turnoff because she sees me as that. Like, handsome niggas got a simp to make her make the relationship work. And when you get a relationship and you didn't simp to make the relationship work and you just handsome, medium ugly, she got to get drunk. She got to be tipsy off a motherfucker. She go get some $2 Chuck from Trader Joe's and go right down to the bottom of the bottle, 3.5 glasses. And now, rawr, now she frisky. Okay. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness, man. This is a cold, evil ass world. But I hate to share this with y'all because then y'all going to call me all kind of nihilist and shit. But look, what you would want me to tell you this. And then when you experience, you're going to be like, CGA was right, bro. CGA was right. That happened to me. How do I get out of this? You know how you get out of this? You're fucked. Can't get out of it. So I'm trying to tell you before you get into it because you can't get out of it. You can't divorce your wife for doing this. If you ever do or go to marriage counseling and say that this is an issue, they're going to blame you. The guy she's cheating on with is going to blame you because you ain't hitting it right. The players in the Mac niggas gonna say, well, I can fuck your wife and hit it right. You can't hit it right. And he hit it raw and bust nuts on her face. She don't let you bust nuts on her face. Okay. But you didn't spend what? X amount of dollars for the wedding ring, X amount of dollars for the wedding, X amount of dollars for the rent. You didn't paid up all this money. You done paid up all this money and nobody can help you. You can't divorce and get out of this. You can't kick her to the curb and lock her out the house. You can't threaten her to give you some pussy. You better give me some. You can't get it because that's marital rape. Oh, I feel like he coerced me. Dude, there was a video of a woman that was saying this. She was like, there's a lot of women in marriages having sex that they don't want to have. And I thought I saved it and I cannot find it. But this was a woman saying married women are having sex in relationships and marriages that they don't want to have. Nigga, so you can't win. You can't win. Soon as you make her feel guilty about having sex, now it's coercion. Now it's marital rape. Man, but she said that in that video, and I was like, damn. I was like, man, I got to share that with him. But I thought I saved it, and I don't know where to find it. Let me see. I'm trying to look real quick to see if I got it. I couldn't find it. Let's see here. No, that's not it. But it's evil, man. There's nothing you can really do once you get married. That's you kind of stuck. Yeah, it's gone. It's gone forever. Maybe somebody can find it. Just looking for it really quickly here. I got so much other shit to show y'all. I don't even know if we're going to get all of it today. Snaptech Fix says 85 on OnlyFans. Shaking my head. Men are down bad. Send it. Yep. Sad. But I don't know if it's even the men. I don't know if, again, we can't really blame the man on this one. All right. Where the married women at? Because there got to be some married women out here. Not me, coach. This is different. But here's the thing, ladies. If you say that, remember, it's not about you. I want to ask you, do you know married women like this? Do you know women that have a divorce and have revealed that they did this in their marriage? So that's the real question. You might say you're not going to do it. Do you know any married women like this? Like, you can go to even your friends group. I'm pretty sure if you have 6 female friends, you know at least one of them have done that in their marriage, right? At least one. So I'm right still. All right. Hustle Every Day says, yes, coach, women will use their friends the same as they use men they don't like. Women don't have real friends. Shout out to Patrice O'Neal. Patrice O'Neal. Shout out to him. Hustle Every Day. Never believe when a woman says, I got to do what I got to do, or I work hard for my money. Punani got sold at that point. He says, it's the easiest thing to do. We love these hoes. Shout out to you. Neville says, coach, please clip the old feet Franny saying, you betcha. He says, I know you'll do justice and you never know when you'll need it. Shout out to you. You betcha. And they have, that's the same as no shame in their game. All right. These women have no shame in their game. They're going to do what they got to do. We have C. Shaw says it's just, okay. I got that one right there. YouTube guy. I did some quick ghetto math. If you're single, you'll need to put roughly $1,300 aside per biweekly paycheck to max out your Roth IRA, 401k, HSA, and $5K in savings per year. The real cost of being single, $1,300 aside per biweekly paycheck. Ugh. Okay, that's probably not possible for most people. Larry says, with all this talk about money, I recently learned how a box of cereal pays its bills with checks. Sorry, DG Seymour made me do it. Can you take me out with the fire on the car, please? Yes, indeed. I think I can. It's been a while since I played that sound effect. Wait a minute. That's not it. There it is.
Look what she did to my car. Look at this piece of my car. I can't stand this hole. I can't stand this shit.
All right, shout out to YouTube. Trash Guy says, I took my 22-year-old JUCO shopping this weekend. The retail workers were pissed that I had a pretty young thing on my arm, effortlessly spending money. Shout out to you. And, of course, they probably were calling her all kind of heifers and whores and all kind of shit. And look at this. This guy's and he was having fun, having a party. Shout out to DGC. More young men under 30 who are employed by corporations need to save and invest. This ensures that by age 50, they have enough assets to be immune from corporate layoffs. Shout out to you. I did a stream on Money Mindset of a video of a guy saying, if you're working corporate to make ends meet after age 50, did you fail in life? That was a good question. We had quite the good back and forth exchange about this, and there's something to be said about that. You've made it from 25 to 50, 25 good years. That's right around the pension earning ages. If you're working at a civil serviceman, military, 25 years, like police officer, you should have had enough money and made enough good decisions to actually not have to depend on a one source of income or need to get your resume together. Now, of course, most people are not in that position. People are still working and trying to make ends meet and pay off houses and mortgages and pay kids' colleges and pay for their first ex-wife. They still paying alimony and child support. They trying to get remarried. They have kids, right? Okay. Again, they shoot themselves in the foot. Now, here's the problem with that. Look at me. I'm the opposite. I've hit age 50 and I'm not remarried. I'm not planning on having kids here in the United States. Like, I'm not going through the cycle of like buying a new house in the US. I mean, I have houses already and property, but I'm not trying to go through that phase of getting back and tying back into the matrix, the system. So that allows me to be a free agent. That allows me to travel, since I'm not doing that and tying in and like, damn, I gotta, or I'm not gonna go through another divorce because I'm not gonna remarry. So I'm out of the rat race per se. I'm still in the race per se, but I'm out of the rat race that other people, they end up wanting to find second love and having another second set of kids. But now you're going to be working till 75 and 80. You can't get out of it. So when people say, well, why won't you remarry? Dude, there's a ton of reasons why. Not just because of the divorce system, not just because maybe you don't like women. It's because it's like, why do I have to tie myself down and marry another woman in the United States and then buy another house and have more kids? And what the fuck? I'll do it in another country, but not here. Not here. And then she wants to move and live in Los Angeles. Now I gotta, be on a hamster wheel to afford to live in Los Angeles. Why? And she wants a house, live in Las Vegas, and she's like, well, I don't want to leave Las Vegas. I don't want to move and live in Snowbird. And she wants to just settle here and have her little job where I'm not tied into the matrix. So I'm somewhat free at age 49. I just turned 50. I'm about to turn 51. And most people aren't in that, especially if you're married still. Even if you're married now and your kids are older, you're still tapped in. You still got to be into the matrix. You got to still be tapped in because your wife wants a bigger house. She wants a vacation home. She wants to go on vacation. And of course, at her age, she's not trying to get more promotions. She's trying to ramp down her work effort. So now you got to support her more and save for retirement for you and her. Fuck all that. Hey, I'm beating the system. I'm beating the game, aka the matrix. Staying single is a win for me. And I get to put hands on young women's hips. I don't have to wait for an old bitch to have sex with me. STL Bree, currently in Istanbul, off of 3 weeks in Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. Had my fun in the DR, making money here in Istanbul and getting some dental work done. Adopted the free agent lifestyle 2 years ago and haven't looked back. Thank you for all you do, coach. Shout out to you. Traveling the world and Just to know, the anime Chain Smoker Cat centers around a cat girl that struggles with a smoking addiction, unpaid rent, and keeping a stable job. In one scene, she stresses she needs to marry a human to get that financial stability. These women be living on the edge. Shout out to the lady living on the edge. Really, you're a financial bailout. More than likely, women look at you not just as you're handsome and you're a sexual demon. She looks at you as, how can he fix my financial situation? Some women are going to say, not me. I never depend on a man's money. I didn't say you depend on the man's money. I said you're going to fix her financial situation, meaning that he's at least going to pay 50% of the bills. She's going to compute that into her budget. So she can say, I make $95,000 a year. I got my own money. But then he still contributes to, if you get a good relationship, he's going to pay half the rent, half the mortgage, half all the expenses. That means you get to take home more personal money for you. Women generally do not take that extra money and put it back in the family pot. You understand what I'm saying? She doesn't never look at that cost savings and say, wow, there's more money that I can put back in the family pot. There's some women that do. Most generally don't. They end up saying, that's my money. That's my getaway money. That's my sock away money. That's my slush fund. That's my high heel money. That's my money that I use for spa treatments and manicures and Brazilian body waxes and mustache wax and all kind of shit like that to wax they toenails and fingernails and shit like this. Manicures and pedicures. That's what that money's for. So that is a mind. That's what I'm saying. That's why she selected you, and she had a criteria to say you're a financial fix for her. It's Amazon shopping and Temu Shein and Fashion Nova shopping. She will look at that as an extra source of income, an extra pad of income. Or I got a relationship, he pays 50%. Or if he just managed to say, I pay 100%, baby, you keep your money, and pulls that whole out. And she's like, I make $90K a year. I get to sock that money away. Shit. And then she got her little sugar baby. She got her little sugar gigolo that she got to spend on. Then she gets a what? Mercedes C-Class. All of a sudden, she can afford that Mercedes C-Class. She like, oh, I got me a new car because you pay 60, 70% of the bills. Now she pulls up. She trades that fucking Nissan Altima in, and she driving a Mercedes C-Class, paying the lease note, $1,500 a month. You see what I'm talking about? Like, you are... Even though she has her own money, you are there to fix her financial situation no matter what. Money plays a part in all of these relationships, a.k.a. you paid. Anyway. He said the bedazzled license plate with the bedazzled steering wheel cover. Ladies, why do you do that? You did in a dead giveaway you're a woman in the car. You're going to get followed. Like, what the fuck? Bradzi says, Coach is spot on. My girlfriend's mom talked about giving it up so her husband wouldn't be mad. After 5 years in, 4 to 6 times a month. 5 years in a relationship, 4 to 6 times a month, been flirting with the dark side to pick up the slack. That's an example of what I say, women manage your dick. All right. And I, as a free agent, no woman manages my dick. I never go and put one woman in charge on how much my dick's going to get played with. Now, women tend to do that. And in a relationship, they'll promise you. Like I always tell them, don't promise me. She'll like, she'll flood you with sex. That's to get you interested in her. Right? That's not how she normally is in a relationship. Because once a relationship goes on, all of that intimacy and monkey double backflip she's doing on you, she's going to go away. So they flood you with the sex. They get you interested. You commit. You think that's how it's going to be every day. Because every day you see her, y'all fucking. All right. But then once you get in a relationship, that's not how it's going to be. And then she'll eventually say, well, this is how much she wants to have sex. Which means when she's not having sex with you, you're not having any sex. So you're like, what am I supposed to do? She is like, once a day is fine. Once every 2 days is fine. Once 4 times a week is fine. She'll start putting a criteria on how you should have your dick pleasure. Right? And you're supposed to just be like, well, okay. Whatever it is you say is how many times we're going to have sex. Right? So that's managing how much you get pleasure. But at the same time, she signed up for monogamy. She signed up that she's going to pleasure your dick, the only woman. And that there's a penalty to pay if you choose another woman to play with your dick. So how in the hell does you put her in charge of managing the pleasuring of your dick? Like, how's that happen? All because why? She flooded you with sex to get with. She made you believe there was going to be more than there actually was going to be. And then when the relationship starts to ensue and reality hits and work schedules and work meetings and promotions and studying for useless degrees and friendships, and her friend wants to see her and her best friends in town and her male best friend in concerts and parties. And now all of a sudden reality hits. Now it's not as every day as it was in the beginning. Now you're trying to manage how much you're going to get some. And she's like, well, this should be enough. And then she throws a couple of nickels on the table. Go with this. And you're like, and then when you start having to beg for it, you think you're gonna be into it. And I'm just, now she reading the book. Hey, you dead in the water when she put on them glasses. She tie her hair in a top knot. She put her hair up. She put that fucking mask or some sort of moisturizing cream on. She put her period pajamas on and her period panties. She come back in a big hooded sweatshirt and sit on this couch. She put them glasses on and she get a book. And she start reading. And then you try to tap her on the shoulder and she be like, what? Yep, she get that motherfucking, she put that snuggle blanket on, the Snuggie. All right, she put the Snuggie blanket on where she put the arms in and she sit up there, she get her book on. It is 8:30 at night. 8:30, nigga. 8:30. And she like acting like she reading. You can ring the bell. She be like, I done took a shower already. I done put my face moisturizer, my face mask. She done put her hair dye in. She done put her box hair dye in. She done put all of that shit. My man said, reading the Bible. Now she reading the Bible all of a sudden. Man, please, bro. Now, people gonna act like I'm making these scenarios up, but this shit is real shit. Nobody can deny what I'm saying. You'll be like, not me. And then when I say these stories, everybody's experienced this. Oh, man. Or she get on the phone. Black women just get on the phone. Talking, yeah, girl. And then what he saying? Huh? Yeah, huh? Yeah, boy, he's sitting here. He trying to give me the puppy dog eyes. Yeah, but go ahead, girl. Uh-huh. Man, I don't know. Let me know. And then what I had to do is, then she's explaining her day. What I had to do is I had to go down there and they had the nerve to tell me to take a number. And then I took the number. Then I sat down. Then I was sitting there and this woman had the nerve to tell me I was too loud talking on my phone. And then, girl, yep. And I know. And then what happened was I had got up there and I got all my paperwork and they asked me for my actual social security card and birth certificate. Then I had to call my mama down in Rochester, New York. And you sitting there 8:30, 8:45, 9, 9:30, 9:15, 9:45, 10, 10:30, 11, 11:30, and 12. And she's still running her motherfucking lips. And all to avoid giving you any sex. Yep, hoping you fall asleep. She know when you fall asleep. She just hoping your ass fall asleep. Soon as you fall asleep, she like, okay, girl, I gotta go. Yeah, bye. All right. Anyway, man, it's a cold, evil world out here. Let me get to this. Is this main event time?
It's an evil world we live in.
Y'all been very patient, man. I got a whole bunch of videos, but we'll maybe get to those tonight. We're gonna get to this main event. This is what time it is, real quick. The main event. We'll do the intro. The main event. Let's go. All right, so I didn't even prepare for this. I see. All right, we'll just put main event as a banner right here. We got the main event here. Why staying single is going to break everyone's bank. All right, we started off the show showing you this particular thing where we have new data on what the class system looks like. The class system looks like this. All right, and look at your income. This is household income. What your level is. Okay, and I'm a big classist, so I know that class is real. And you know, not based on just the money, it's the lifestyle that you can afford, the quality of life you're going to live. And you can look at your numbers here, and if you're a couple, you can combine your income. I would say not even your gross income, your net income, your after-tax income, and see where you actually land here. All right. Many people might think they're middle class and they're lower middle class. Some people might say, well, in Kentucky, I'm good. I'm living like a king at $55,000 a year, but still quality of life. Are you able to travel? Are you able to dine in good restaurants and fly first class? You know, these things. So that is where we're at. And I also showed you, if you missed that part of the show, I talked about the CPI, inflation, and how wages are stagnating, stable jobs are disappearing, layoffs are en masse. What $100,000 can afford you in buying power compared to 5, 6, 7 years ago, 20, 30 years ago. What it means that you're steadily needing to make more money. We're in a situation where we're on the hamster wheel. You're always needing to make more money in order to be able to qualify for a certain lifestyle. So if I made $100,000 in 2010 and 2026, all right, that's worth $150,000 a year. All right, in buying power, just in 16 years, if you will. So it's a state of the world that we live in. And a lot of people are trying to put this in the hands of politicians to provide fixes. And I always say the politicians can't provide fixes for you. You have to fix this yourself. And in other words, you need to boss up. And most of the time you need to boss up. You're going to do it while you're single. Once you're in a marriage or a relationship, it's pretty difficult to do so because you have other commitments. You have commitment to other person, family members, kids, and most of the time a mortgage and a lifestyle to keep up. You don't have a time to do the other things that you need to do to make more money, darling. With that being said, what's causing what's happening is a lot of people are choosing to stay single because there's a lot of peace related to it. For men, peace, quiet, and freedom, the free agent lifestyle. I don't have to deal with the woman being all over the place, being the X factor, being the variable. So I don't have to deal with divorce, having kids, or any of these things if I stay single. Women are choosing the same thing. They're saying men are traumatizing them. Men are not in therapy. Men are not worth being in a relationship with. They're choosing to stay single. More single women in the history of time we have today. So since that's the case, people think that it's a better life. It's going to be easier for them to stay single, but that's not true. It's actually going to be more expensive for you to be single. There's a price for freedom. Let's break it down. A bachelor tax is a fine or an extra tax placed on unmarried adults. Okay. Now, the government usually used to do this to boost birth rates, to establish traditional family structures, and they'll say things like you'll get a benefit by getting married, you'll get a tax break. Okay. Now, we don't have it as an official bachelor tax, but there are on records people in governments using a bachelor tax to force people into marriage, or at least to tell them it'll be cheaper if you get married. Okay. Another article here just to show you, I'm kind of reviewing this right here. We have 2 women saying there's a cost of being single, and what they're doing to beat that cost is that they're buying houses together. This is Sarah and Leanne, according to the BBC, the cost of being single and how friends are teaming up to beat that cost. This was 14 hours ago, or more like 16 hours ago. So this is a new article talking about that. When they split up from their partners in their late 20s, the dream of buying a house was put on hold. All right, but she earns a good salary and her high school friend earns a good salary. They rented a house and then they end up buying a house together. Okay. Making a 2-income household. What about this? we have this article saying that here's why it's so expensive to be single. So there's no denying that no matter what, you're going to pay more being single. Now, for men, you're going to pay less than you would be in a relationship. It will be more expensive to be in a relationship, but it's still going to be an extra cost to be single. All right, so you see what I'm saying there. California, aka what they would call California, has now, as recent as yesterday, established that insurance companies, auto insurance in particular, can charge customers higher rates for being single. Okay. Single tax. Their justification: single people get in more auto collisions. Okay, as a point. A case was brought by 11 unmarried policyholders who argued that the policy practice violates California's civil rights protection against marital status. However, the majority ruled that Proposition 103 gave the state insurance commissioner authority to approve rating factors to have a substantial relationship to insurance risk. Okay, so they're like, nah, man, you can be charged more to be single. And look at the brother right there.
Oh, the humanity.
Right, it's right there. Oh, man, that's cold-blooded, right? Now, the other end of it is once you realize that people get in the situation going, well, maybe I'll just get married to save more money, right? Well, then, of course, there's divorce, child support. You're going to pay anyway. As I say, all men pay. There's no out on this one. So I would say, for me, I'd rather just stay single and pay the bachelor tax. I'll pay the bachelor tax. What do you have to do? You have to boss up. I have to do extra work. With the extra time that I will get to a relationship, I got to put it into work. I can't chase hoes. I can't have a relationship. So instead of having a relationship, I'm not going to sit back and chill because CPI index, I got to have that time put into a second job, a side hustle. I got to do Ubers. I got to do what I have to do. I have to do what I have to do because there's no beating the system. And what I want to also point out is a lot of people think they're going to beat the system. The government and the system knows how to get you. The government and the system knows how to get you. The only way you don't get got is Ted Kaczynski. Go off into the cabin in Wyoming and hide. And deal and live in a cabin with the snow amongst the animals and the deers and the bear. Like, that's the only way to get out of it. Right? That's the only way to get out of it. Otherwise, they're going to find you. Which means, in effect, when they find your monkey ass, you got to be willing to pay the fee. Remember, money talks, bullshit walks. When you want to leave your wife, most people can't leave their marriage because they can't afford to. But if you can afford to leave your marriage, you could just write the shit off. Most men don't want to leave their marriage because they're going to have to pay alimony. Some men can leave their marriage because they can afford it. Get rid of that bitch and be like, well, she's going to take alimony. I'll pay it. That's the difference between a free agent and a guy saying, oh, man, that's messed up. Oh, okay. Be single. I'll pay the tax. So you're not scared of the tax. You accept the fact that the tax is there and just boss up. So let's show you a couple of other clips of people coming to this realization. We're going to go back to Los Angeles, right? Back to Los Angeles. And apparently they're having speed dating like events, but not for dating, but to find a roommate to split rent. Yes, sign of the times. So here reporting, people in LA are speed roommating to split rent.
Speed roommating. It's like speed dating, but maybe more awkward. I'm at the Sassafras Saloon here in Hollywood, where about 100 folks are looking for their dream mate. Well, their dream roommate. Everyone knows that in LA, if your last name doesn't end in Ardashian, it's probably too expensive for you to live on your own. So people are in the search of roommates to lighten that fine.
Look at this. Look, brothers.
Oh, the humanity.
Look, Jesus. I'm going to tell you, man, listen, I'm from Southern California originally. I lived there for 35 years of my 50 years. I've moved around the country. The thing about Southern California is that you're going to need a roommate. You can be in your 40s, 50s, and 60s and have roommates. Like, that's very common. I've known women in their 60s have roommates. Certainly women in their 30s. That's, women in their 40s, they be having roommates. If you're a man, like, it's hard to live solo and single and pay all that rent. You're going to have to make a lot of money. And this is the same as Miami and New York. You're going to have a roommate. You're not going to spend all that goddamn money. If a woman doesn't have a roommate in New York or Southern California, she has a sugar daddy or a father that pays her half the rent. Okay, because I know a lot of these affluent white women, and they'll be like, not me. I don't have a sugar daddy. I don't, bitch, you got a father paying half the rent because they'll be in their 20s and 30s and living on their own. The only way that's possible is if the dad's still funding them or they have a sugar daddy. But take a look at this woman right here. Look at this woman. Okay, this is somebody's mama out here at a speed roommate dating event with this bull dagger. Like, this crazy, bro. All right, but that's Los Angeles for you. That's Los Angeles. Home of the scandalous.
Financial burden.
I think it's fun, honestly.
And these are all the women telling you broke right here. These are all the women saying, I'm a princess. I'm only want princess treatment. Francesca needs $1,400 a month.
Your rent's due, motherfucker.
When did I tell y'all, nigga, Get 'em Daddy season is here. Fixes Binds LLC is here. Bro, I'm telling you, man, these women broke and they judging you. But here's the problem. They're broke and judging you, and they also turning tricks on CGA. And not only that, they got full hair. They got the Zoe package going on.
Hair, makeup, esthetician, facials, vagina waxing, everything. That is all independent.
Yo, they out here, but they out here with a face full of makeup, hair done, calling you broke, talk about princess treatment. I need a man to do this and do that and do this and do that. Telling you broke and ain't shit out here, bruh. Okay, yeah, let's continue.
I think it's a fun little spin.
It's a great social event. You get to meet like different kinds of people from different kinds of areas. In Los Angeles, you kind of have to do it because rent is so expensive.
LA is crazy, but I'd rather be broke in LA than rich in Las Vegas. And there's I'm gonna tell you, bro. All right, that ain't a lie.
Gas has been really high.
There goes sister. You been on my calling you broke than a motherfucker. What's this woman's name? Zoe. Uh-oh.
Hair, makeup, esthetician, facials, vagina waxing, everything. That
Jade.
is all independent.
She got a chain that says Jade, but her sticker says Zoe. I need a room. $1,500 a month. She's the arty type. Artsy fartsy. So she's a painter or some sort of artist, broke.
My last few months, groceries, and then rent on top of that. Roommate is one way I can save some money.
So this is, instead of people getting married, listen, I'm not pushing for people to get married, but what I'm saying is this is a sign of the times. Instead of people getting relationships and getting married, people are choosing to stay single, roommates, all the way into their 20s and 30s. Not many people want to have kids. These 20-year-old women don't want to have kids. 30-year-old women, they don't want to have kids yet. They wait till they're 35 and 40 and be like, I want to start a family. All right. You're like, whoa. And then that's you. Then they get your medium ugly ass.
And that's
to start
you.
a family with them. Let's continue.
Hopefully for the next year. Even if you can survive by yourself.
40-year-old divorcee or a Lily Lintligger. 2 6-month sublet.
You can't take care of other things or people. It would basically help me to not have to like budget. It's a good idea.
Jesus Christ. Who mama is this? Which one of y'all niggas mamas is this? That's one of y'all niggas mamas out here. Shit, this woman is definitely in her 60s. Look at them titties just sitting on the table. Them titties just sitting on the table. My word. The titties just sitting on the table like, let me know when you find a roommate. I'm going to be over here. They just like this. Hold up for a second. Titties like, let me know when you find a roommate because I'm tired, boss. Titties like. But of course, this is where strong and independence takes us. Ladies, hey, look, man, I'm all for it. I'm all for feminism and strong and independent. I'm all for it, baby. Get what y'all want. This is what I always tell them. They're going to live a C level, C- level life. Come on, man. She's called Dancing Queen.
Where you can meet face to face.
So data from Spare Room shows that over double the amount of folks over 45 are looking for roommates compared to a decade ago.
There it is. That's always you got to look at time. Roommates over 45, 24% in 20. Man, it jumps up, doubles since 2015. So don't tell me, well, it was always like that. It was not. Clearly, it was not always like that. This is a new market shift. And when there's a new market shift, that means there's a new order. This is our new world. New world order. This is our new world. People ain't making it like that. Let's continue.
That age group now makes up nearly a quarter of the total market.
I'm a little bit older than your average speed roommater. I mean, it's insane. Everything costs so much money, and then they wonder why people are homeless.
As it gets so much more expensive to rent, on one hand, you get people who just stay living with roommates because they can't afford not to, and so that population is aging. You also get people who might have lost a job or they've come out of a marriage and they think, well, I'll go and rent a one-bed apartment, and then they go and look at the prices and go, oh, maybe not.
Exactly. So okay, that's another class, because when I was divorced or divorcing at some particular point, once my ex-wife got rid of her deadbeat boyfriend, drug dealer boyfriend, she moved in a divorcee that was in her late 40s at the time or early 50s. And that woman ended up living with her, and that woman ended up reneging on rent at some particular point and having to be evicted. So she was a late 40s, early 50-year-old divorcee. And that woman lived with my ex-wife. And when my kids went to my ex-wife's house, that's what they went home to. They went home to my ex-wife and that divorcee living together. That was in Orange County, California. That was like, 7 years ago. So that's a common thing. People get married, divorced, and get kicked out. They can't afford to live on their own. And then they end up being roommates and dating. By the way, these people are dating on dating apps. These people are going on dates. It's not like they're like, okay, let me figure this out and get my life together. These people are still going on dating apps. They're still hooking up. They're still fucking. They're still. And then they calling you broke and measuring you up, and you don't got your shit together, and you got a roommate, and you got a car, and you got it. It's just like, wow, that's LA. That's Southern California. That's New York City. That's Dallas. That's Miami. This is across the board. Every major metropolitan area is dealing with this. Seattle, Portland, Oregon. But people are out here acting like they're making it, which they're faking it. They're not making it, bro. People are out here struggling. They're on their last fucking. And then when they want a relationship, they want a relationship, well, as I said, to patch up their finances. They're trying to bridge the gap to their finances. Okay. I'm not exaggerating. Yep. The Bay Area, San Francisco. When they want a relationship, they're trying to bridge the finances. They bridge the gap to their finances. They're like, maybe I can make a relationship work, move out of the situation with this roommate, move in with this woman or man. It's like, man, this is wild. Data's on my side too.
Earlier this year, according to rental platform Zumper, rent has actually decreased slightly, and for the first time ever, LA is no longer one of the top 10 most expensive cities for renters. But for many, Home Sweet Home will still look crowded for the foreseeable future.
Conveying yourself in a message on an app and like trying to get a sense of yourself across can be really difficult. Whereas when you're just stood there in front of somebody, eye contact, body language, all those things that come into play, it's much easier to get a sense of who you are, who they are, whether you think you're going to click.
An extra drink ticket.
Okay, get this dude off my screen. All right, so now what I'm saying is I'm not being critical of these people. Everybody got their situation. What I'm saying is you do have to be you have to be conscious of what's out here, what type of people you're dealing with, and why they want relationships. You're finding out people are choosing relationships because they're in a financial pickle. They're not in love. They're trying to fix their situation. And oftentimes they get into these relationships, they don't work. It sets them back financially, in which I say you paid. It was free for that 3 to 5 months, But then when you come out of a relationship and you have to fix it and somebody has to move out and somebody has to find a new place, you will find out you paid the cost of that on the back end. All right, hobosexuals, as we call it. There's hobosexuals. People are really just homeless and they're trying to figure it out. And there's people in their 30s, their 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s. It's bleak out here, man. It's bleak. So we're going to show you another video of a guy saying this is happening in Miami. All right, so we're going to Miami, and he's saying people cannot make ends meet. And he's saying he's been sounding the alarm to this for quite some time. So shout out to him. He's not Coach Stradamus. He's wherever this guy is, Juistradamus. Here we go right here.
So the Miami Herald is now reporting finally what I said already months ago. And people back then called me out and said I'm crazy. You can look through my past videos and you will find the story there. So here's what they are reporting now. They're saying that it's more than half of Miami-Dade County cannot make ends meet anymore. And that's not their opinion. They made a report with United Way, and they said that 54%, I said that number many times, of households here are what they call Alice. People who work often full-time jobs or 2 jobs still live paycheck to paycheck.
Okay, so 54%. 1 job, maybe 2 jobs, paycheck to paycheck. Okay, 54%. And I'm just going to go off of what he's saying here. I've been saying this for quite a long time. If you go back to that class, those 6 classes that I said, that's where people are. Even with 2 jobs, people are still not in that situation where they're making ends meet. And most of the time, these people are in relationships. They're dating. And I keep telling you, one thing you could do is not date, male or female. Stop dating. Stop looking for relationships, because that is the one thing causing you financial problems. But you're like, no, it's free. I don't pay. We don't pay. We don't go on dates. We just sit here. We don't do much. We don't go out much. But I'm like, that you're not improving your finances, because once that relationship ends, and it will, okay, what happens is you will realize it was a waste of time. You didn't improve your financial situation over that time. You put that into the relationship. Now, once you improve your relationship, go back and then look at the dating pool. More than likely, the people you dated when your finances were down, you would not date when your finances are up. That's the basis of the Free Agent Lifestyle book. It's not to stay single forever. It's to improve your finances. Look at the dating and marriage pool. More than likely, you're not going to make the same decision once your finances are up. You're going to go, oh, wow, I wouldn't date a person like that. I wouldn't let that person move in. I wouldn't get married that fast because I don't need the extra finances. A woman can't come in and say, my house, she can't come in my house and say, I can add to your house. I can help you with the bills. You will basically be like, you can't help me. I make way more money than you. You can't even contribute to this. I wouldn't move you in here where you're just running back and forth to work and then coming here to suck my dick 2 or 3 times a week and spit. No, you're basically just looking at it from a different perspective. You boss up your finances and then look at the dating pool and go, wow, you're going to see then you could go trick or sugar baby, and then you could play with some young playthings. Then I could say I could take that money and time that I would spent with some old 40-year-old soggy broad and go play with a 24-year-old for the weekend. And then send her home, and then for the rest of the week, focus on making some more money. All right, it will make sense. But when you don't got the money, it don't make sense. All right, here we go.
That is 527,000 households, and it's up 40,000 since 2023, and it's the highest of any large Florida metro area. A single adult now needs to make about $20 an hour for just the basics here. But most of them do not here. And here's why, because since 2020, rent for 1 bedroom is up 48%.
There goes that there goes that CPI index. Rent since 2020 up 48%. Can't y'all see how this is slowly cooking you? If you're stagnant, content, in a bad relationship, in a bad marriage, a relationship going nowhere, you desire a relationship, and all your efforts are putting towards getting sex and having relationships, don't you see how you getting cooked? I don't know where the argument is where you don't pay. I'm like, just sitting there is payment. Just sitting still is payment. If you're not improving on a daily basis, in fact, they tell you if you didn't get a raise last month, you lost money. How are you telling me you're not paying? The way inflation works is you lost money if you didn't make money. You losing money if you're not making money. You can't beat this system. You can just be like, I'm not paying. Oh, yes, you are. In 6 years, the rent goes up 48%. Imagine. Imagine.
Transportation jumped 66%. And groceries, we all know that they have skyrocketed. And wages, they're only up 30%.
There it is. So you didn't make money, you lost money. Wages, even if you got a raise, you lost money. This is why I say you got to boss up. You can't outpace this. Even getting a raise can't keep up with inflation if you miss that stream. This is why I say if you have a lack of urgency out here, I don't know what the fuck you're doing. What are you doing? Well, I got a good job and I got a military pension. I'm on disability. You still getting cooked. You getting cooked, fried, dyed, laid to the side at this particular point. You getting destroyed. Okay. There's no way. You would have to outbeat inflation on rent increase, medical cost increase. You would have to beat transportation, gas. You literally have to go. You would have to have a 100% increase in your income over that period of time. 50% increase is not going to do it. And I'm not trying to scare you. I'm just trying to build my case. I've been saying this for years. We're going to be in this situation. This is the soft landing that they've been telling you about. This is my 2032 prediction I've been telling you about. I've been trying to tell you about it, and you've been worrying about tricking and paying and not paying and arguing it. I'm like, you're not getting what I'm saying. You're getting cooked no matter what. You need 100% increase in your motherfucking money on a constant basis. Constantly. You can't sit stagnant. My brother said he got a $4,300 monthly disability check. I hope you got other income. I hope you have other income, because I would die right now. If I had to live off $4,300 today, I would jump off a bridge. For real. Right? I would jump off if tomorrow I only had to motherfucking live off $4,300, nigga, I would be like, okay, I'm out of here, nigga. Check out time. You better have another job. I hope you have some more income coming in. Because I would be like, what the fuck am I going to do if I only have $4,300 coming in? I don't know what the fuck is going on. What? I don't want to get involved in what my finances are, but I'll be like, what the fuck? All right. I live in Las Vegas. There ain't no goddamn way I'm living off $4,300. I've been living off $4,300 since the year 2007. 2007. That's about the last time I made that little bit of money, but I lived in New Mexico, so that don't count. I haven't lived off of that little amount of money since 2002. 2002. Somebody said $4,300 is a lot. As I said. let's go back. My man said 4,300 is a lot. I mean, this is where somebody said I thought I was homeless. Guys, niggas don't listen. Niggas don't listen, man. Does homeless mean no income? You guys got to hear the story. Homeless doesn't mean no income. That means you can't meet the basic needs of where you are. Homeless does not mean no income. I had plenty of income, but I was paying for my ex-wife's place. So when I moved out of the house, I had to pay for the house note at that house. Then I would have to have paid rent for my other place. I couldn't afford both. So I lived in my car. That doesn't mean you don't have income. I had good income. Plus, I was playing a divorce attorney at the same time. I had plenty of income, but it was going to a divorce attorney, her alimony, child support, and her house note. So there was income, but I had to live in my car. Again, you have to put the story together, and it's hard for people to put the story together. Homeless doesn't mean no income. I was making good money, probably about $6,800 a month, but I was in Southern California, paying my ex-wife's house, paying a divorce attorney, and I had probably $2,000 left off. That's not enough for a place to live. Okay. Come on. So I said, I got to do what I need to do to boss up, get myself out of the situation. People can't listen. People don't listen. So $4,300 ain't it. Let's go back. I cannot tell you guys. Let's go back to this chart. Look at this. Now, where does $4,300 put you on this chart? What does that put you on this chart? That would put you in the lower middle class. Okay. You're in low income to lower middle class. We went over this class. Pay attention. You're in the low income to lower middle class. No argument needed. With that being said, I refuse, nigga. I refuse to lose. Okay. I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. You could be him, but I ain't him. That's not Himothy, nigga. That's him horrible. Okay. I'm not a low income nigga. You could do it, but I'm not. I'm not going to preach you to preach that's good money, nigga. I'm not. I will never do it. Now you could do it, but not. Yeah. You could do it, but not me. I'm never going to aspire to actually be there. I don't care if I'm not working and retired, nigga. I'm still going to make $4,300 retired. All right. All right. So let's continue. Let's continue. Niggas be getting distracted. 3,000. Remember last time of 5 years ago, it was $3,000 a month. Now it jumped up to $4,300 is good money. All right. All right. Anyway, getting back to it, distracted. All right. Quite a bit because it's mind boggling what people do here and try to push to my audience. My audience. Now it's $4,300 a month. Bottom line is, let me see what the next video is. Oh, it was this guy right here. It was this guy right here. So he's continuing talking about Miami. A lot of people in my life would change at $4,300.
So the math simply doesn't add up here anymore. And after the pandemic, high earners moved in and the costs went way up and pay never caught up with that transition. The gap is not an accident, it's a choice. And listen to this, a 63-year-old woman, a full-time union janitor is making $16 an hour, is now sleeping in her car. She is homeless for the first time in her life with having a job.
Okay, so again, like I just said, I thought you were homeless, coach. You can be homeless with a job. Homeless doesn't mean you don't have a job or income. This woman makes $16 an hour and lives in Miami by choice, but is homeless. A lot of Americans are damn near homeless and have a job. We just showed you people that need roommates that look gainfully employed and healthy to me, but they need $1,500 a month to have shelter over their head. Right? And they look like they got jobs to me. Probably not very good jobs, but they all look gainfully employed to me. And they would be homeless if they have to live by themselves. Just like that. So that's where we are at in the United States of America. And we're getting there. We've got 30%. You see these numbers, 25, 30, 40, 50%, 52%. In due time, this is going to be 60, 65% of people. Because the single tax, a lot of people are staying single. They can't afford relationships. They can't afford the date. Maybe they have bad relationships and they're trying to recover. So more and more people are staying single. 60% of women will be single. These numbers are going to go up because of the single tax alone.
These are the people who make this city work. And I said it for months. This city cannot price them out.
Too late. Too late. This city, everybody's being priced out. CGA said. How long has CGA been saying it? You're going to be priced out. You're going to be priced out. Going back to this, $4,300 a month. You're priced out. Oh, hold on for a second, because you guys missed this. At $4,300 a month, this is what you're priced out of quality of life. And if you're in this, we're not shitting on you. We're just telling you. I did this earlier. You might have missed it. This is where your quality of life. It says right here, it's not about the income. It's not about the dollars, but the options that they give you. What this dollar amount gives you. Lower middle class, bills are generally paid on time, modest discretionary income, maybe one reliable car in a modest house, maybe rent comfortably, but you can save a little, but major purchases often require financing. Retirement investment is possible, but limited. So no retirement savings, certainly no assets generally. There's no major purchases unless you're financing, no vacations, certainly no first class, no 5-star hotels. I mean, quality of life. You're staying at the Red Roof Inn. You're in the back of the coach. You're in the back end coach. You're maybe going on a vacation, maybe not. Okay. So if that's fine with you, that's fine with you. It couldn't be me. I don't want that quality of life. So what do I have to do? Go up to middle class. At $4,300, you have an emergency. It could financially cripple you. All right. Anyway, what do you think about this conversation here? We got super chats coming up. This is always an uncomfortable conversation because people can get convicted. They can feel like that I'm talking down to them. They might feel like it's doom and gloom. There's no chance to recover from this. What I'm saying is, this is what I'm saying. I'm not backing coach. What I'm saying is at some particular point, you as a man, speaking mostly to men, shout out to the women, I'm not speaking down to you. What I'm saying to you is, since we're in this situation, since relationships seem to be something that people are giving up, they seem to be unsustainable. People have trust issues. Relationships are not easy to come by. There's not an option to get together and build together. There's no option there, or there's very little option to find a woman as a man to build together. So that's not going to be a financial out for most men. Then affording at $4,300 a month certainly can't have a wife and children. That's out of the fucking conversation. So that's out. Since most people are saying single, it's more expensive to say single. A lot of people are choosing single, but it's more expensive. You're going to get, the system is actually planning out how to charge you more as a single person. Since they're taking advantage of you, you got to be prepared for it. So I'm kind of this is like readiness. Let's get ready to understand that they're going to start price gouging you and taking advantage of you for being single. And then your other out is roommate. Now, did you see some of these roommates? Look at some of these people that you would have to live with. Like, would you want to have to live with these people because you're trying to survive living in Dallas, in Phoenix, in Los Angeles, in New York? You would have to live with Nana granny, big mama. You would have to live with that gay dude. You would have to live with the artsy fartsy chick. This is how you got to have to sustain. It's not over. It may not be financial collapse, but this is the new economy. It is very rare that a single person in these major areas is going to be able to live by themselves and single. So you better be prepared for it. We also see young people, yesterday I talked about it, living with their parents as a means to get away from this. So those people are not getting into relationships, or they're getting out of relationships, moving back in there with their parents to survive this. This is the new order, okay? New world order. You better figure something out. My philosophy is really very clear. The time you're spending away from relationships, you should be trying to double up, find a way to survive it, because inflation is going to still continue to kick in. They're still pricing you out in many of these areas. If you're going to live with your parents and live with possible roommates, or I don't know what you're doing, even a relationship, it breaks up. You're finding that people have, they fall back downward. Let me say this. I got to get my thoughts together. When you get into a relationship, if you break up, you fall down the economic ladder. There's more than likely, soon as you break up, you don't fall up the ladder. You don't stay at the same place. Am I right? You live together with your girlfriend, your wife, your fiance. When y'all break up because of the way relationships work, the so-called I don't pay, what happens is, once you're no longer able to live with that person anymore, you fall down the economic ladder. You don't just be like, all right, I'm gonna just go get my own apartment and just move over and move all my shit out. No, you don't. You actually go, damn, where am I gonna live? She kicked me out. He kicked me out. I gotta go live with my parents. I gotta go live in my car, like CGA. You end up going backwards and then telling me you don't pay. I'm like, yeah, you do. There's your payment right there. Where's the argument? You end up going from middle class in a couple to lower middle class overnight. Soon as the relationship ends, you now with roommates back at your parents' house, sleeping in your fucking car, sleeping at your friends on the couch. What I've been saying is, you want to avoid this. Try to get yourself out of position. Don't just sit up here and complain about women and be like, this is why it's not worth being a women. What you should be doing is building on top of that. Okay, I got $4,300 in disability. I'm going to need a job on top of that. I'm going to need to drive some Ubers on top of that. And I'm going to need to go. Somebody said, Tommy Sotomayor, shout out to him, legend, said the same thing 13 years ago about couple up. Times are about to get hard. Shout out to Tommy Sotomayor, talking about that years ago, over a decade ago, talking about people coupling up, women moving in together. This is the new world, the dream days of American dream. I'm going to get a house, I'm going to buy a house, and I'm going to move a girl in, and then I'm going to get married, and then we go. That is dead as a doorknob. Maybe in Midland, Texas, and Tupelo, Mississippi. Let me get to these super chats, man. This is an interesting story. And I'm going to tell you, man, it's not getting any better. I don't care who you fucking vote for or who you complain to. We need to write to my congressman. You're going to need 2 jobs or 2 incomes, even if you're in a couple. By the way, I've had married people ask me, because I do social media, and they'll be like, oh, my wife or my husband can do social media. They're trying to make extra income on top of the incomes that they make. They see social media as a way to do so, and they're like trying to pick my brain and shit like that. I'm not saying they're broke, but what I'm saying is they're looking at the bottom line going, damn, it would be great to have an extra $1,000 in by just doing something that we normally do. Wine glasses and personal training and fitness and whatever the hell their wife or husband does. They're trying to get in that extra, as a married couple, extra $1,000, $1,500. They're trying to figure out what they need to do to get that extra kick. So even they can't rest. because them insurance rates going up on them too. All right. Prices are going up on those people too. And if you just thinking, if I had a relationship, it will solve my problems. If you want to know ways to do so, money mindset, patreon.com/Coach Rick Adams. We meet every week talking about these issues every week. And there's people up there providing real life answers and all of that stuff. What you have to do. Oh, why does an 85-year-old woman go on OnlyFans? These are the same reasons why. That woman looking like, man, I made a lot of money in 1982 on Knots Landing, but that 1982 money is gone. I ain't making Knots Landing money. So what she got? She out there with her feet out on OnlyFans. That's what this economy is making people do. You don't see this? She like, shit. And then they said, do you feel bad about going on there? Absolutely not. She was like, yeah, I got to do what I got to do. I got to do what I got to do. If they want to see my feet on the OnlyFans, I'm going to put my feet out. 85 years old. This is what this economy is doing. Okay. I always say sense of urgency. Never get lax around here, bro. Oh, my goodness. All right, shout out to Hustle Every Day says, America don't care about you. The dental office is full of non-English speaking customers using Medicaid while I got to work my ass off. He says, get your plan Bs ready, free agent lifestyle for life. CGA, I'll be like, hey, look, CGA, what you going to do? What if YouTube shut you down? What do you think my plan B is? I'm never going to reveal it, but you kind of see me planting the seeds already. And I want you to see it because a lot of y'all niggas got wax in your ears. You guys don't put two and two together. Y'all niggas can't even take my basic story and make sense of it. You guys, some of y'all guys are super duper slow. But you kind of been seeing me over the last 2-3 years put these fucking seeds, planting these seeds. I gotta put this shit on the screen right there. That's it right there. Shout out to CLB at 9. Right there. You're seeing me plant the seeds. You seeing me. Why you keep going over there? It ain't the fuck linglings. It's literally planting the seeds. All right. I'm going to do this as long as I can. Take that shit and go there. That's exactly what you're seeing. So I'm like, oh, do this as long as enough. I'm not going to sit here and get swallowed up and gobbled up. Niggas think I'm going to just sit here and get gobbled up and wait for them shit to turn my YouTube off and be fucking stuck. Not me. I might have a ticket booked. All right. They didn't cut my shit off. I'm going to just sell all this shit, pack my bags out of here on the first fucking thing smoking next week. And I'm going to still be on here. Y'all going to see me on Instagram. I already looked at it. I'm like, shit, I can't sustain this. This is unsustainable, even for me, making the money that I'm making. I'm like, nah, fuck that. I got a plan. And y'all didn't see me hop around the globe. What you think? I was just hopping around the globe for fun? I was up there looking for property. What's this? What's rent? How's the community? What's the lifestyle like? What the girls are like? What's the weather like? Do I like it here? All right, going from country to country to country, putting in, let me see, what are we doing? Spend a week there. What is it like? Come on back. Scouting. Exactly. Just going to sit here and get swallowed up. But y'all can get swallowed up if you want. Okay. But I'm looking at it like, okay, if shit hit the fan today, what can I do? All right. I'm going to have enough in the bank socked away to pack a fucking suitcase and get a business class one-way trip. All right, and be already tied up and have my shit and my ling and I already have all my shit planned out, plotted out. All right, where to live, where to plunk down, ready to go, chill. So it is what it is, brother. It is what it is. These are missions. These are not just to go out there and fuck around with girls. Now I do, but So soon as I hit the ground running over there, I'm going to hit the ground running. As soon as I go, I'm going to have the shit. Okay, just the last little money I got socked, hit it over there. Anyway. What we got here? Shout out to Justin O. I got you. Shout out to no government name. Yeah, Bob says, you got me fucked CGA when I thinking to going back to simping and get married. I have this phrase playing in my head. He says, I can never go back to polite society. Facts. Right. I can't go back. I can't play the game. Because I know playing the game, what people do, because I know what I call the matrix. Right. What people do is they play the game, but if you wave your hand, right? If you wave your hand in front of their eyes, they don't blink. So they'll be like, hi, everything's okay. And, oh, I heard you moved to Vegas. And how is it? What they're saying is, how was the leap over to Vegas from Southern California? What do you think about the weather? What do you think about the lifestyle? Because what they eventually end up saying, they don't want to admit it, is that they're up to their fucking debt, their neck and eyeballs in debt, and they have to make the jump. They just scared to do it. So they're trying to figure out what it is. They can't fucking do it. They can't pull the trigger. So they're trying to get the information from me. And they stuck in the matrix. They're plugged into their job and plugged into their family and plugged into that community and plugged into their wife. They can't fucking do it. And so they're trying to gauge me. And they're like, well, what is it like? And what do you do? Well, I'm thinking about it and I'm looking. They just like can't leap because they're got all this shit they tied up. But again, when you're a free agent, you could just leave. I literally just left Orange County to come to Vegas. So my daughter wanted to move with her mom. And I was planning to come to Vegas like 2 years later when my kids were in high school. I mean, graduated from high school. But my daughter was like, oh, I want to live with my mom. And I was like, okay, cool. Go live with her. And my son had a basketball tournament in Vegas, like that very weekend. And so I was like, okay. And then my ex-wife was like, oh, I don't want to go to Vegas tournament. She couldn't afford to go and shit like that. So she was like, you could go just take him to the tournament. So we drove out to Vegas. While I was here, I came and I looked at this house. And then I looked at a whole bunch of houses. And I came back with a plan. As soon as I got back from that basketball tournament, I was like, hired a moving truck and moved to Las Vegas. Why? Because I was single, my kids were old enough, and I was able to do it just like that. Now, most people, they're married, they got a girlfriend, they got a job over there. They couldn't do it. They can't do it. That's the difference between a free agent and not a free agent. So same thing. When I see this shit unsustainable, I'm already planning and plotting so that when I have to pull the trigger, I'm ready to go. Because I'm free. I don't got a girlfriend. I don't got a wife. I don't got a relationship. I'm trying to build and book. And then she's like, well, I don't want you to leave. And why you going to leave me? Wait 5 years. I could just pick up and motherfucking go. Okay. That's being a free agent. I ain't trying to build no relationship here with these hoes in Las Vegas. I mess around with them and I'll trick on them and y'all like, well, you paying. That's because I'm not trying to get no relationship with them. I don't want nothing from them. So I'm just trying to deal what I have to deal with. As soon as I hop, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. That's a free agent. Okay. Hard to explain for men to explain it because people keep getting that emotions in and you can get them for free and I'll show you how to do it. I don't want to. You can do it if you want. I don't need to show. I know how to do it. What I'm trying to do is just buy my time, wait to see what happens and get the fuck out of here when I need to get the fuck out of here. And y'all see me broadcasting from the Philippines, broadcasting from Cambodia, broadcasting from wherever the hell I am at, Japan, Korea, South Korea, wherever it is, China. Yeah, shout out to Jay Terrible says one thing married men don't know that if she comes home all riled up, ready to have sex after being out with the girls, she got sexually stimulated by another man she saw out and she wants to relive it on you and relieve it on you. She actually gonna think about the other guy while effing you, and that's a fact. That is a fact, guys. That's a fact. If your wife comes home, and she's riled up and she's frisky, she definitely is flirting with another guy. And sometimes a woman will say she doesn't cheat on her husband, but naturally she flirts with other guys, and then she'll want to be intimate with you and think of that guy and having sex with you. Now, for me, that's no big deal, because almost every woman I have sex with, I think about another woman. So I don't care if she thinks about another guy. But, you know, I'm not really at this age, I don't care about like that type of stuff. Maybe if I was in my 20s, all right, and then you think of other men and shit like that. But every time I have sex with a woman, I got to think of another woman. I don't care how fine she is. It's just me. It's just me. Now, not the first 2 or 3 times I'm with her, but definitely if I go to the 4th time or 5th time that I'm with her, I got to think of somebody else. Like, I can't. Oh, man, there's no way. And if I'm in a long-term relationship with a woman, there's like a 99% chance I'm not thinking of her at all. I'm going right to the spank bank. I'm going to any woman. In fact, sometimes, you know, depending on how much I'm with a woman, like if I had a little, my rotation and they didn't keep me busy all week, and so I need an extra and some girl like coming over, she gonna come over at 7, and I come from like, and I ain't been outside yet, I gotta go drive around. I gotta go to 7-Eleven. I go to the grocery store so I can fill up my spank bank of some women that I gotta think about while I'm intimate with this woman, because I've already been with her, so she don't excite me like that. So I gotta drive around, go to Starbucks and go look at some girl, go to Kmart and Target and walk around. I gotta walk around in Target. All right, get a couple of people in my spank bank. You know what I mean? Go to the gym and scope out a couple of chicks there. You know what I mean? Like, all right, let me check it. Look like, oh, okay, all right, let me see here. Get some inspiration. Trader Joe's. Oh my goodness. That's just me. It don't have to be you. And this basically, if ladies want to see, you know, what actually, let me show you what it ends up looking like when I'm out walking around, filling up my spank bank real quick. All right. So this is what it ends up looking like, you know, when I'm driving around. Ladies, if I end up looking at you like this, it's not because I want to be with you or do anything with you. Is that I just need a little inspiration so that for the woman I'm going to be with, that I done looked at you and looked at your toes and the back of your calves, and I done looked at the cellulite on the back of your butt. I done looked at your titties and your bra, whether you got a bra or not, or if you got a G-string on or not. Like, if I'm looking at you like this, you know, it's not that I want to do something to you. I'm not being a creep or nothing. I'm just filling up my spank bank so I can, you know, have some inspiration for the girl I'm going to be with tonight. That's all. Just. My man said Seafood City. Yep, dude, look, I kid you not. I had an Asian woman coming over, so I had to go to Seafood City and walk around. I was like, damn, where am I going, man? All right, shit, where I'm gonna find some Asians to get some inspiration. So I went to Seafood City, you know, where they sell the fish with the heads on and shit. So I walked around and looked at all the Filipino and Japanese women up in there. All right, good. I got it filled up and I got up out of there. I was like, good, I got it. Oh my Lord, have mercy, brother. We sick as hell over here. We are sick people. This show is sick. Everything I'm saying is a joke. It is what it is, man. This is crazy. All right, anyway. Ladies, man, these are jokes. These are jokes, ladies. I'm not nasty like this. I'm not really like this. We just telling jokes. Don't be offended. Incels. All right. Anyway, shout out to Jay Terrible dropping that truth. 8 on Smash says, I see why the trend is going with real estate. I'm slowly transitioning my multifamily apartment into co-living. Renting individual rooms could be the future. Facts. Yep. Because people are not going to be able to afford to live in an entire apartment. Donnie Yee says, if a company wants to hire a man, it will flatter and entice him until he weakens. Once the contract is signed, their leverage over him increases. A woman is the same way. She will give a man just enough to ensure that he doesn't not break his contract. That's from Esther Villar's The Manipulated Man. That is kind of the deal with relationships. So if a woman's going to give you as much as she needs to get the commitment, once the commitment is made, she can renege on the contract and you either put up with it or not. More than likely, you look at what she has leverage over you. So she has intimacy. Some men get in relationships because they get to have raw sex, right? They don't have to wear a condom. And, you don't want to be out there dating, having condom sex. Like, that's kind of miserable. And now you're hitting it raw and you're like, this is great. And you're getting available sex and you're like, this is good. So you rather double down on that than to just get rid of her. And so she has the leverage over you. Now she can do whatever she wants. She can decrease it. It's kind of like a drug dealer. They call it pinching. Back in the day, Nino Brown, they would pinch on you. So the first time you get go to them, they got a full baggie. All right. It's a full baggie, a big rock. All right. And they let you smoke it up. They get you a full baggie. They get you dice it up and line it up. All of that. A full baggie. All right. Next time you come back and you high. All right. They done pinched off a little bit. Same price. Okay. Same price. They done pinched. All right. And then by the time they got you addicted and hooked, they get you a little ass rock and you like, damn, nigga. But guess what? You already hooked. And you're going to take that little ass rock, smoke it up, and then now you were looking for another hit. Now you back with another $5, $10. Now you back. Now back again, but you too high and hooked. Same thing in relationships. Women get you hooked. They get you high. They get you addicted. And then once you done commit, yeah, I'm good now. Then she start pinching. Pinch back, pinch back, pinch back. Same thing with bags of chips. Same thing. It's the same principle. It's not because women are evil. It's because they inherently know this design. Yep. And they know once you hook, you're not going to leave. Shout out to Donnie Yee, breaking it down so you understand it. Once you hook, you're not leaving. Similarly, if I get a woman and I start paying all her bills and I start tricking on her, guess what? She ain't going nowhere. Right? She ain't going nowhere. And then I can provide less and less and less and less and less until it gets to zero. So then when it starts getting to that point where she's like, that ain't worth it, she's going to leave. Smithy says, I'm in downtown LA, 34-year-old, make $200K a year, AMG in the garage. Coach is absolutely right. You have to boss up or you about to split rent with a bull dagger in West Hollywood. Smitty. Smitty. Who wants that? But dudes be wanting that. Shout out to Isaiah, said you spit in game, coach, a few years ago, effed around and got some side peace leave pregnant. I thought I was hitting it for free. Told her to get rid of it, and she did not. Now I'm paying with my meat. I accepted my L and charged it to the game. Appreciate you, coach. Cold-blooded. You gonna pay. Watch this. I had a girl when I was in Cambodia. It's a dude did that. A dude got a Cambodian chick pregnant. He was a Chinese guy. He paid her to terminate the pregnancy. I just heard this story when I was in Cambodia. He was messing around with her, got her pregnant. He paid her to terminate the pregnancy. She took the money, didn't terminate the pregnancy. Got him. And because he's like a good guy, he was like, oh, I got to take care of the kid. So he's taking care of the kid. He's put her up in an apartment in Cambodia and all of that shit, which is a minimal amount of money, but that's an example. It's cold, bro. Paid her to terminate the pregnancy and she did. I'm like, damn. And then showed up, didn't even show up until she delivered the baby. And then when she delivered the baby, she said, hey, I had the baby. And then he got a DNA test on it. DNA test. It was his baby. He had to pay. Damn. Tranisha says, it amazes me that boomers don't mind starting families with no money. And they will say babies don't need $1K a month. The golden age of the single mom was the 80s and 90s, and the older BWs don't understand that. That's a fact. Single motherhood was great back in the day. Today, it's a loser proposition. It's not going to work. I don't know why people would do it and choose to do it. It's a disaster. Okay, that's a disaster. It's terrible. But, you know, it's a lot different than days used to be. It's a terrible proposition. Kids cost so much. And raising kids today, as a boomer, you can just latchkey kid a kid. You could just leave the kid and go to the club, leave the kid with your mama, leave the kid with a neighbor, and hope they don't get touched up and molested. You can leave, you can have the kid, you know, you could be at work and work at the factory in the plant, and your kid get off the bus and go to lay in the house and hope you don't set the house on fire. Like, you didn't have to do what you have to do for kids today. Today, you kind of have to be around and provide the kid with extracurricular activities, or they're going to end up in a gang or pregnant or something like that. So you got to get them involved and take them to Kumon and take them to extracurricular sports and Pop Warner and motherfucking street hockey. Like, you got to be like involved in the kid, or the kid's going to be just over on the corner, rocking in the corner, lighting a match. All right. And most of these kids, you can't leave alone because they slow and autistic. You can't leave them alone. They're going to set the house on fire. So you kind of have to put a supervisor around them and put them in boys and girls club or after school. You're just going to have the kid wasting away. So, yeah, it's different. Boomers can just leave their kids, and kids be eating lead chips. And they be eating rat poison and all kind of stupid shit. And, oh, kid, you fucked up, and sticking the fork in the damn electric socket. Like, back in the day, boomers was like, it was easy to raise a kid. Boomer parents didn't watch the kid. Boomers parents just smoked all in an enclosed space. All right. Just smoking cigarette and weed all in front of the kid. Kid picking up roach joints and putting it to their mouth. Put that goddamn joint down. Right. Didn't even watch the kid. Kid outside in a diaper walking down the street. They used to have a commercial they put on for boomer parents. It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your kids are? That's how they had boomer parents. That's how much less than the fuck than boomer parents cared about their kids. They had to run a commercial like, hey, it's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your kids are? Hey, wait a minute. Where are my fucking kids? Let me go outside and find them. Hey, kids. Right, boomer parents didn't have to do no parenting and shit. They just sit up there and be like, is the kid dead? Nah. Where he at? I don't know. Come home before the street lights come on, ass nigga. You know what I mean? Today's parents, you got to be like, all right, your kid's going to be like, I'm going to go over to Tommy's house. Who the fuck is Tommy? I never met Tommy. I never met their parents. You got to have a play date with the parents and make sure, you know, you can't even let the kids spend the night at Tommy's house. Who the fuck is Tommy? Tommy over there. Who's Tommy's dad? Who's Tommy's mom? You got to have a report card on the parents. We used to just spend the night over at anybody's house. Chester the molester's house. Chester the molester's house would be like, hey, you sending your kid? You going to the nightclub tonight? All right, the kids can stay at my house. The nigga got the van. He went to the Vietnam War, got Agent Orange. He got the van with candy with a K spelled backwards. The parents would be like, go ahead and stay at Chester's house. Right? Parents didn't give a fuck back in the day. Where we at? Anyway, no government aim. Thank you, Coach, for the summer evening 24. He says you went for the Magic Johnson triple-double every night. Yes, indeed. Coach Alini told you. We up in here. We up in here. Shout out to you. We up. All right, let me see if there's any cash apps. You got to get out of here by 1 o'clock. My time. Thank you for the contributions. PayPal, I didn't forget about you. Oh man. Yep. Kids used to drink bleach. They used to send us home with stickers because our parents didn't teach us of stickers to put on shit that was poison. Kids don't drink the bleach. All right. Type shit. Oh man, it's a cold world. Shout out to the boomer parents. Kaylin says lust will wane over years. The next best thing in a long-term relationship is to be invested. If she so badly doesn't want you to cheat on her, she'd have sex with you at will, which they can't. They don't like you like that. He says women especially need to be invested in every way to be wives. I'm going to just tell you, man, look, I don't think women know how to be good monogamous partners. And when I say women, I mean a good percentage of women. They don't know what monogamous partners mean. They think that you want to be with them so bad that you're going to cut off all the women. So they got to cut off all the competition right up front. And then they're going to say, you only have sex with me. But then limit your sex. They just kind of limit it and play with it and kind of leverage it and toy with it. And then like, it's kind of like, what are you doing? Like, you're not even being a good monogamous partner. Like, if you want me to not go out there, you need to just be like ready for me. And whenever I'm ready, not whenever you're ready, whenever I'm ready. Okay. Not whenever you're ready, not when it's convenient for you. It's when I'm ready. Now, in their world, they don't think that. They're like, nah, that's not how it works. Okay, so you're going to be a shitty monogamous partner. Okay. You're going to end up getting cheated on, and that's the end of the story. You're actually setting up to get cheated on. And when your man cheats, and an 80% chance he will, don't cry, complain. Don't cry and complain, because at this point, there's no fucking way I can there's no woman going to have that much power over my dick. Never. You'll be like, cut off your holes. Don't talk to no other girls, and don't date and don't try to date and then only be with me. You better be just making sure you empty me out. Like, I need to be turning you down. Like, nah, I can't take no more. But don't then ration it out and then complain about it and then act like it's a fucking tough task to get aroused. Hey, look. And then you need to do something and then stretch it out and make me wait a couple of hours knowing that you should just go ahead and take this 15-minute railing. Go pat it dry and go back to what you were doing. What you were doing is not that fucking important, but you got to act like I got to make you, nah, hey, listen, you're not a good monogamous partner. Go somewhere else with that shit. All right, what you're doing is leveraging sex against me, and I ain't going for it. All right. All right, I don't need to. Some other dudes might need to, but I won't. Hustle Every Day says nowadays kids eating laundry pods. For real. The laundry pods. Hustle Every Day says America doesn't care about you. Okay, I got that one already. So we're all rounding the corner. I'm checking out PayPal. With all the simping in relationships, no more, I believe there needs to be an ounce of toxicity in relationships. I believe so. She can't be completely comfortable. It says she needs to know he could F another woman if he wanted. This won't happen for most, but the simping is tiresome. I think, men, guys, every time we complain about these situations, what women do, I think it's our fault. Because we end up putting ourselves in that situation, not thinking that she's going to do this. Well, she wouldn't do this to me. As soon as a woman says to cut all, by the way, ladies, you're fully well within your right to date somebody, to tell them to not date or want to pursue another woman. I'm not saying you're not right for that. What I'm saying is, as soon as she brings that up, I'm automatically just going to tell her, look, you're going to get cheated on. Okay. You're going to get cheated on. I don't make that type of commitment up front. You better make it worth on a daily basis. I'm going to measure that on a daily basis. I'm not committing to that. That's on a day to motherfucking day basis. You get that type of fucking situation. So if you on day number 1 make it so that that's not even an option for me, that's cool. But by day 5, if I'm seeing that that's not how you coming, I'm absolutely going to go fuck somebody else. without apology. Okay. Without apology. There's no, just know that's what I'm doing. Okay. There's no way somebody else getting bent and folded up like a love letter from the second grade. I don't care if I got to pay for it or what, and come back home to you what it is. But I ain't committing to no fucking monogamy right on the rip. Hell no. Nah, that's something you work up to. That's something you work me up to. Gear me up. Prove that I don't need nobody else. Don't just be like, well, what has to happen is you got to have nobody else. No, hell no. All right, somebody left the PayPal yesterday. All right, shout out to you, Martin. I'll try to go back and look for it, but let me do this because there's people here. Sizzo says, what's up, coach? Your boy just upgraded to a Tesla last week, and I've been out of my mama's house since 2021, and I ain't never going back. On my own 2.5 years now. Hashtag boss up. Sizzo been bossing up the entire time. He's been here. All right. He lived at his mama's house in 2021 when he was watching me, and look at him now. He's living on his own. He got a Tesla, and he been grinding on the Yob Mob. Shout out to Sizzo. Rudolph A. Single tax. It's corralling the rest of the herd towards UBI. There are solutions, but only a few are willing to do the work. Interest rates are increasing and the quality of products keep decreasing. These are facts. Have a great day, CGA. Absolute facts. Interests are increasing. Prices are product quality decreasing. You can clearly see what's up. So if you're the one, I'm going to just live off of 43K. I'm like, ooh. I mean, because anybody do this? Like, I look at the food that I like snacks. I eat a lot of snacks. Like, that's one of my guilty pleasures and shit. I'll be like, damn, another bag of chips, another bag of fucking Skittles. Have you noticed the quality of these foods? It's like cardboard. It don't even taste the same. And it may be because I'm eating a lot of it, but because I eat a lot of it, I'm eating this shit like, what is this? It don't even taste the same. It's like, what am I eating? Like, don't even satisfy. Like, you crunch the chips and like, what is this shit? It's because they're completely taking the quality down on everything. They're selling it in the same package. They're putting the same package. They got the running the same commercials, but it ain't even the same. Not even the food is the same. You get a steak and you're like, well, this is funny. Oh, chicken too. Chicken is the one. I get chicken and I'm like, this ain't even real chicken. This is not even real chicken. I'm convinced it's not real chicken. Like, it don't shred. Chicken should shred. Like, you should take a piece of chicken and shred it. Chicken breast. You should be able to shred it like string cheese. Try to shred some fucking chicken right now. Right? Yeah. And don't ever, I ain't going to no place like KFC. I can't even go in there. I don't want a piece of rubber. Blubber. All right. That's what you're getting, some rubber. All right. The most of this shit don't got no taste, no fucking spices, nothing. All right. None of that shit. Yeah. The shit smell like fart when you open it. It's just completely washed. Shout out to Muhammad says, bruh, dropping some gems in the super chat. I'm submitting discovery docs for my divorce and found out one of my retirement investments is estimated right now at $2,100 per month before taxes. I laughed out loud. He says, thank God I'm not counting on that chicken scratch. Can I get the boss up sound? Shout out to you.
Boss up, nigga.
Found out one of my future retirements estimated at $2,100 a month. Shout out to you. And you all good right there in the neighborhood. Let me see if I got a couple more. Yeah. Oh, I heard they got condoms in the Popeyes. Cold-blooded. Shout out to young anonymous free agent says, at 32, I'm getting out of a long-term relationship, 7 years, losing everything in the process. but I realize it's just paying the cost to be the boss. Next 6 months will be hard rebuilding, but freedom is priceless. Time to boss up. Respect, free agent lifestyle for life. Shout out to you, 32 years old, 7-year relationship, losing everything. Everything you built, everything you bought, walking away from it, starting over. I've been there. You'll be fine. All right, with that mentality, boss up. Shout out to our brother here, DP. Says, Coach, you always reference son husbands. Do you remember the black show called That's My Mama? It was a prime example of it. LOL. That's my mama. Mamas have always been a thing in the black community. So mama's boys are always been something that we've been programmed to be. All right. Dear Mama. The George Jefferson show had the mother lived in the house and fucked up the whole relationship. She was always running around here pissy and mad. We see the mama play the role with these NFL quarterbacks. The mama does the nails for the Chicago Bears quarterback. We have the mama of jumping out all in the video with Jaden Daniels. We've seen this with the quarterback from the Eagles, Donovan McNabb. It's always this mama-son relationship where the son rises up and he got to take the mama all up in the fucking, like, to me, and I love my mom, I just don't have that type of relationship where I feel like when I'm getting an award, I got to take my mama. Like, I don't. And my mama, because of her, you know, like that Zion Williamson, my mama, you know, my mama's the real MVP. Look, shout out to the moms. Shout out to my mom, but no. Right. But they got to be like, what do you think about Coach Greg Adams' YouTube career? My mama doing an interview. No, mama, look, sit the fuck down. Sit back. I don't need you up in here, all up in the fucking video, all in the record and shit, all up in. No. Like, I don't get it. I don't get this shit. Like, nah, man. Puff Daddy with his mama, the nigga that put all his money in his mama's name and shit. Like, LeBron James' mama in there fucking all the players. Like, this weird relation. And it's only really black men and maybe Italian men that have this like mama son relationship. And it's weird as a motherfucker to me. Not to say you should hate your mom, but the shit is weird. They really never do this. To me, it's emasculating. It to me is completely like emasculating, where mama gotta be all up in the fucking picture and shit. Like you can't operate as a grown ass man without your mama around and shit. Like, come on, man. They don't let you grow up as a man. You're not a man. Your mama's still around and you like 35 years old. Here's my mama. To me, what about dad? Where's dad at? You know, and then anytime a dad is in the frame, they trying to shoot the nigga out the frame. LeVar Ball, Venus and Serena Williams' daddy. Soon as dad's in the fucking picture, go sit down, daddy. Daddy, you too much in the picture, dad. Go sit down, dad. Deion Sanders' daddy. Michael Jackson daddy. Soon as dad in the fucking picture, they trying to shoot the nigga out the frame. They want dad to get out the goddamn picture. They want dad to let go. Dad, it's time to let go of your son, dad. Dad, LeVar Ball, let go of your son and let them grow up. But nah, nigga, when mom in the picture, she all in the commercials, all on piggybacking the ride, the nigga. Like, come on, bro. Don't get me started on that shit. That shit is weird to me, man. You got to see this shit. You got to see it the way I see it. Because it's like the divine influencer says, salute to the coach gang, joining the money mindset tonight. Shout out to you. Thank you, brother. Patreon.com/Coach Greg Adams. But now they want this nigga French kissing the mom on the damn thing. And, oh, this is heartwarming. This is heartwarming. Now, people gonna think I'm an ultimate hater with this shit. But how is that heartwarming? That's weird. Oh, it's so good. This grown-ass, big, overgrown-ass nigga with his mama. See, you can't even be 6'11" with a 7'8" wingspan, and your mama is your motherfucking girlfriend. Like, and everybody thinks this is so fucking great. Oh, it's so heartwarming. Oh, look at his mammy. He love his mammy and shit. Nigga, what's next? They want him to have a sex tape? Like, what are we doing? This nigga winning the championship. She running on the court, giving them a kiss. Like, what? People think I'm exaggerating, but dude, I don't kiss my mom on the lips. I don't know, man. Y'all niggas weird. Like, come on, bro. And if I have to win the championship and my mama run on the court and not some skeezer, all right, some big titties don't run on the court, all right, man, I done live life wrong. All right, what? I don't got two 24-year-old Japanese girls don't run and jump in my arms after I win the championship. I done fucked up. Like, man, I want two Korean K-pop bitches to jump in my arms, all right, before my mama jump in there. Mama, I'll talk to you after the fucking show. I'm going to kiss both of them on the mouth. Two 22-year-old Japanese chicks. All right, that's who I want jumping in my arms. All right, anyway, shout out to the Coach Gang. I'm out of here, man. We should come back tonight. All right, Rosalinda going to be vacuuming and shit. So we'll try to come back tonight. Hit the like button on the way out. Peace.